Independent Elections Commission, and strengthening of our judiciary. On the economic reform side, Jordan adopted a new generation of economic laws to enhance investments, business environment, and competitiveness, such as the new PPP law, the new tax law, the electronic transactions law, and a new investment law. Parliament is also deliberating a new secured lending law, and work is underway on a new bankruptcy and insolvency law. 2015 also witnessed the successful completion of an IMF standby arrangement program by Jordan, and the country elected to start a new IMF Extended Fund Facility program to continue structural reforms into 2016 onwards. On the development planning side, the government of Jordan will use its national 3-year executive development programs, what is called EDPs, developed through a participatory approach to implement the Jordan 2025, whereby phase 1 of this blueprint will be part of the 2016-2018 EDP. Our 3-year national development framework includes development programs for each governorate as part of our decentralization drive, based on a participatory, bottom-up consultative approach to address the needs and regional disparities among governorates based on their competitive features, whilst targeting poverty and unemployment challenges. The government has internalized SDGs as part of its Jordan 2025 and will build into its development planning framework through EDPs the indicators to be developed for tracking progress of SDGs. A delivery unit at the Prime Ministry was established to monitor the implementation of the Jordan 2025 and the successive EDPs to further strengthen transparency and accountability. Moreover, a new public investment management framework was introduced for implementation of EDPs to enhance the efficiency of capital spending, prioritizing public investments, and maximizing using public-private partnerships. In pursuing our sustainable development model, Jordan is introducing green building codes, incentivizing hybrid and electric vehicles, whereby cabinet members are leading by example in usage of e-vehicles, and Jordan has recently also adopted national indicative climate change targets ahead of the Paris summit. We have also adopted for the first time a green economy strategy and a solid waste management strategy whose action plans will be implemented through the successive development programs. Furthermore, Jordan will embark this year on implementing one of the world's most unique sustainable development projects, the Red Sea Dead Sea Water Project, that aims to introduce water desalination for Jordan, which is the second poorest country in terms of water per capita availability, with regional beneficiaries and water swapping system, whilst suffering and vulnerability. Such crises will take time, and their negative impact will continue to affect our region's sustainable development agenda for the next decade at the least, and can only be solved through political solutions coupled with firm international commitments to mitigate and address the impact. The Syrian-displaced persons. This crisis is unprecedented and not just a refugee issue, but also a serious national resilience issue, particularly for neighboring countries who together have absorbed the Syrian refugees, as well as the spillover that has wrought havoc on the entire region and has recently challenged the European continent in spite of its size and wealth. Jordan today is hosting over 1.4 million Syrians, whereby only 8% of the Syrians are in refugee camps, and making Jordan the 3rd largest refugee recipient country per capita-wise in the world. This has heavily impacted the country's fiscal position since 2001. The overall estimated financial impact of the crisis, including direct and indirect costs, is estimated at about $6.6 billion US. Yet this excludes the cost of humanitarian or resilience interventions and accounts for the additional expenditures in education, healthcare, subsidies, and income losses borne by the government since the beginning of the crisis. Recognizing this, the government is spearheading a resilience-based response that brings together humanitarian and development efforts in a single national framework to benefit both refugee and host communities, the Jordan Response Plan, which was developed in cooperation with the international community and the UN system. Currently, the required $3 billion in the plan for 2015 is extremely underfunded, reminding all of you of the appeal that Jordan issued at the Kuwait III Pledging Conference last March. Only 35% of the JRP needs have been funded or pledged, which has been the highest level so far, indicating that for the fourth consecutive year, 2/3 of the needs at a minimum remain unfunded. Jordan has reached its saturation level. Notwithstanding, Jordan has started coordination with the UN organizations and donor countries to prepare the response plan for 2016-2018 to be launched by the end of this year. The burdens faced by Jordan due to regional turbulences put great pressure on its limited resources and capabilities, affecting key sectors of education, health, water, municipal services, and infrastructure. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of Jordan's efforts to support Syrian refugees and host communities, and the importance of sustaining and expanding investment in supporting the Jordanian efforts. This would contribute to the security and stability of our region, Europe, and the world. We should emphasize here that the spread of effects of this crisis beyond the region would lead to quadrupling of its financial and social costs at a minimum, which can otherwise remedied and limited by investing the necessary funding and support for national institutions and host communities, treating Jordan as the first line of defense, not only for the region, but for the whole world. The flow of illegal immigrants that Europe faces now, in spite of European countries' great economic and developmental capabilities, has proven to everyone that the incredible burden which Jordan has borne and continues to bear for the 5th year running, despite the scarcity of resources, which exceeds the expectations, and it is a testimony of Jordan's pivotal role. Some countries talk of hosting a limited number of refugees per year, while Jordan has received the same number every 1 or 2 days during the peak of the flow of Syrian asylum seekers to Jordan. What Jordan absorbed in terms of Syrian spillover in just 4 years, whereby Syrians today constitute 20% of Jordanian population, is equivalent to the US having to absorb 64 million immigrants, or the EU having to absorb 100 million immigrants, or Germany having to absorb close to 17 million immigrants, or Japan having to absorb 25 million immigrants, or Russia having to absorb 54 million immigrants, or China having to absorb 280 million immigrants, or India having to absorb 254 million immigrants, or Brazil having to absorb 40 million immigrants, or South Africa having to absorb around 11 million immigrants. The scale for a country that imports 96% of its energy, 87% of its food, is devastating on our entire development gains that we have worked so hard to achieve. As Jordan proceeds along its charted path of comprehensive reforms and achieving our sustainable development goals, it is essential that all options to support countries hosting refugees on behalf of the international community should be employed, reminding of Jordan's call on the critical need to improve the eligibility criteria for vulnerable middle-income countries to access development assistance and highly concessional and innovative funding tools to assist us absorb the unique destabilizing circumstances and manage our development agenda, particularly at a time when we continue to carry out a critical global good on behalf of the region and the world. Donor countries should sufficiently fund the Jordan response plan, both within their humanitarian and development resilience streams, realize and increase commitments to resettle refugees in their countries, provide preferential concessional loans, debt swaps or debt relief, and soften the terms and conditions for both existing and new loans, i.e. substitute short-term expensive debt with longer-term concessional debt. Ladies and gentlemen, the gap in development financing faced by developing countries to implement the SDGs over the next 15 years is a real challenge. ODA remains critical for both low and middle-income countries, particularly vulnerable middle-income countries. ODA and other flows need to be smarter to catalyze and leverage all resources of financing needed for SDGs, particularly vulnerable middle-income countries or countries in transition that are severely impacted by regional crises, in order to stay resilient and not to risk development gains and future prospects of meeting the new SDGs, such as Jordan. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of continuing and increasing ODA to 1% of gross national income by 2020 in order to finance the Sustainable Development Agenda, for least developed countries and middle-income countries alike. We should also explore additional resources that could contribute to a new model of development financing to fulfill the ambitious promises of SDGs. We also urge donors and IFIs from this platform to improve the criteria for qualification of middle-income countries that are heavily impacted by regional crises, such as Jordan, to gain access to innovative and easy financing tools, to which countries that fall in this category are not eligible at present, in order to maintain their flexibility and to avoid risking their development gains and medium-term prospects of meeting the SDGs. Once again, Jordan should not be penalized for becoming an upper middle-income country whilst continuing to carry out a critical global public good on behalf of the international community. This gap in development financing to meet the investment needs of implementing the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs would require a more coordinated partnership from national governments, donors, multilateral institutions, the private sector, and civil society organizations to collectively work to, 1, tap into the traditional and non-traditional sources of finance, including ODA, public and private, PPPs financing, Islamic financing, as well as subnational, national, and global finance to support long-term investments needed for the new Sustainable Development Agenda. Leverage and catalyze private capital and expand the use of tools to mitigate risk and uncertainty to mobilize non-traditional private financing. Maximize available financial resources and use such resources to mobilize additional lower-cost resources and mitigate the risk to achieve further cuts in costs of financing and attract co-financing from the private sector. Engage and incentivize private finance through supportive business regulatory environment and sound macroeconomic frameworks, which would require open trade policy, efficient and effective tax system, ease of doing business, competitive investment climate conducive to entrepreneurship, innovation, competition, and well-functioning labor markets. Reinforce and strengthen domestic resource mobilization, which will increase available public funds, in addition to increasing quality and efficiency of public expenditures to maximize development impact. Strengthen project preparation capacities and provide access to credit enhancement and risk mitigation tools, in addition to co-investment platforms and blended finance and PPPs. Support improvement of the business environment and further enhance access to finance and promotion of MSMEs. Finally, combine financing for development with stronger policy guidance, more effective technical assistance, and enhanced capacity building to help countries build economic resilience and meet their individual responsibilities for financing their development needs towards achieving the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the political, economic, and social situation of the Middle East at present, which led to a number of sequential and cumulative humanitarian crises, has increased human suffering and fragility dramatically. These crises will take time to be resolved, and their negative impact will continue to affect sustainable development programs in the region for the next decade at least. Nevertheless, the Arab region is committed to the success of the transition of the region from the MDGs to the Global Objectives 2030. As a region, we also confirm our strong commitment to contribute to the achievement and means of implementation, including financing, capacity building, and technology transfer of sustainable development across the region and future steps. Our development agenda is one about shared prosperity, and hence the burden sharing cannot continue to be disproportionate. This is a defining moment in human history. Jordan counts on the courage, wisdom, commitment, and human fraternity of the international community not to fail our humanity, and not to treat achievement of SDGs as an investment and business unusual with the sense of urgency it warrants for the sake of leaving no one behind, especially countries such as Jordan becoming vulnerable for doing the right and moral thing and of no fault of their own. And the world can continue counting on Jordan remaining a resilient safe haven, an oasis of stability, an indispensable global partner in peace-making and peacekeeping, in inter- and intra-faith dialogue, in fighting extremism and terrorism, and in setting an inclusive, sustainable, evolutionary, and comprehensive reform and development model. Thank you.
Well, I thank the Minister of Jordan, but you took up time of 4 speakers. So we are now remaining with 2 speakers. I hope they will keep to the time. One speaker is the minister from Myanmar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Myanmar.
Co-Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to take part in this historic summit of the United Nations for the adoption of the post-2015 development agenda. At this auspicious gathering, we have taken a bold step to embark on the 2030 development agenda, including the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, after bringing the MDGs to a close. This important document, entitled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, will guide us in our development efforts for the coming 15 years. Since it is a historic achievement of multilateralism, may I congratulate Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon and President of the 69th session of the General Assembly, Mr. Sam Kutesa, for their leadership, as well as all member states and all stakeholders for their contributions to us throughout the process. We all agree that a significant progress has been achieved in implementing the MDGs in most countries at varying degrees, while many challenges remain to be addressed, especially for the LDCs. My own country, Myanmar, has also made notable achievements, particularly in poverty and hunger reduction, literacy and basic education, eliminating gender disparity in primary, secondary, and tertiary education, reduction of child mortality rate, improving maternal health, and developing global partnership for development. In the area of combating HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, Myanmar is among the few countries in the world where the incidence rate of HIV infection among adults has decreased by over 50% over the past decade. We are also making significant and durable progress in our fight against malaria. The government is also paying greater attention to enhancing investments in education, health, water and sanitation systems, and creation of employment, among others. Accordingly, the government has increased annual budget allocation for those sectors. Like other developing countries, Myanmar has attached priority to meeting the MDGs. In the past, we made our utmost efforts to overcome the challenges in fulfilling the MDGs. In similar vein, we would be able to address the challenges in the future in collaboration with the United Nations and other international partners. In implementing the SDGs, it is important to recognize national circumstances, different levels of development, and the needs of countries in special situations, including LDCs. Learning lessons from the implementation of the MDGs, means of implementation is crucial for the effective and timely implementation of SDGs. Only with the full and effective implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda can the 2030 Agenda be achieved within the framework of a revitalized and strengthened global partnership. Mr. Co-Chair, over the 5 years, Myanmar has been making a series of reform measures in political, economic, and social administrative spheres and private sector development. Currently, we are implementing the 20-year National Comprehensive Development Plan, NCPD 2011-2030. In line with the people-centered approach, Myanmar will redouble its efforts to achieve sustainable development by mainstreaming the 2030 Agenda and SDGs in its national development agenda and work closely with the development partners. In this regard, my delegation wishes to stress here that the agenda must be implemented in a manner consistent with its national policy, legislation, and development priorities. Furthermore, my delegations would also like to highlight that the financial and technical assistance for the developing countries are crucial in achieving sustainable development goals in a timely manner. I am confident that general partnership by all with their collective responsibilities would bring greater well-being, prosperity, peace and justice to a healthier planet by 2030. On our part, Myanmar pledges to join the international community's effort in bringing peace and prosperity for the people and the planet through enhanced partnership. I thank you.
I thank the Minister from Myanmar for trying to finish his speech within the time. Our last speaker will be the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Madagascar.
Monsieur le Président de la
President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and heads of government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with you again at this historic rendezvous where we are celebrating the birth of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is also a pleasure and honor to be able to address you on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Eri Raja Onarimam Pinereina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. By agreeing together the major common challenges to be met by this post-2015 development agenda, we are opening a new cause for hope for humanity. Today, therefore, there can be no doubt, is a red-letter day, yet more so because it is heavy with the solemn nature of our deliberate choice as the representatives of the people of the United Nations to make dignified and worthy progress towards our common development goals without leaving anybody behind. Enshrining the principles of universality and solidarity, the Sustainable Development Goals and the SDGs and their outcomes, whatever they may be, overcome the individual borders of our countries, bringing us genuinely together as nations. With the advent of the SDGs, we have a new era rich in possibilities. It will allow us to deliver a measurable leap forward towards greater well-being and development for our peoples. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to express my sincere congratulations and thanks to all those who have near or far contributed to the drafting of this agenda intended to be transformative. I would like to pay particular tribute to those who were within the open-ended working group on the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as to the Secretary General of the United Nations and his team, and to Ambassadors Macharia Kamu of Kenya and David Donoghue of Ireland, as well as all their teams, and, as I've said, all delegates who participated in that working group for their excellent and highly relevant work. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday the Holy Father, who I would like to thank here for taking the time to address us, challenged us on our mode of governing this world. We have a responsibility to govern better. Let us take the messages he shared with us as a blessing that is capable of changing our policies, our habits and our mindsets over the next 15 years. For our own part, in Madagascar, this agenda will be used as a blueprint for development. Madagascar has chosen to view the post-2015 development agenda as a multilateral contract. In this vein, rest assured that we will shoulder our responsibilities and our commitments. In fact, the vision heralding peace, prosperity, and a renewed partnership on behalf of the people and the planet described within the 2030 agenda is commensurate with the approach adopted by my own country in its National Development Plan. In that National Development Plan, we are seeking a modern and prosperous Madagascar, harnessing our human and natural capital. Despite this, achieving the goals we have set for ourselves will require support measures. Our recent conference on financing for development provides us with a model on how to do this, namely using our own domestic resources as well as increasing ODA. We need to beef up our productive capacities in order to enhance the added value of the products we produce, and we also need to industrialize our economy. I'm sure you will also agree with me that the putting together of a technology facilitation mechanism as envisaged by the 2030 Agenda to support the achievement of the SDGs is more pertinent and timely than ever. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current international context has seen major shifts and is in perpetual flux. The needs of peace, development and security are more pressing than ever. The deep-rooted impact of modern crises, the theatres of international tension, and recurrent issues linked to climate change, foods, energy and maritime security are also constraints which threaten stability and growth. But, all that said, 2015 is a year that holds out promise. This year will mark a clear turning point in the actions we engage in for development. With the adoption of the SDGs and with justice and security, these are fundamental needs which cannot be satisfied by war, conflict and natural disaster, quite the reverse. We must, together, work to transform the future of these peoples. Our solidarity and partnership must be built upon a genuine global win-win partnership. It can be global and it can be win-win because we've entered into collective and shared commitments. With regard to contemporary challenges, it is only together that we can succeed in staving off poverty and make sure that we have the means in place to provide adequate protection and security to our peoples. Aware of the scale of the challenge, Madagascar is working hard to mobilize all its own resources, whether they be financial or human or material, to speed us on the path of development. As I'm sure you're all aware, recurring climate risks, the ravages and depredations of locusts, and socio-political crises have increased the vulnerability of Madagascar. Nonetheless, with the support of the international community, we are confident that we can overcome these challenges and stabilize the country in a sustainable way by encouraging institutions and individuals to take up their responsibility. And let us not forget that democracy is the guarantor of sustainable economic growth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by quoting an extract of the agenda we have just adopted, which particularly strikes me. As we are embarking on a common journey, no one will be left behind. I would add to that quote that nobody should be marginalized or pushed to one side during the journey, still less should they be thrown overboard. The countdown to the achievement of the SDGs has begun. I would like before you all to express the hope that 2030 will be, at the very latest, the year in which we deliver on these goals, and that in that year our sons and our daughters can enjoy with pride the fruit of the transformation that we have intoned and proclaimed today. We dare to hope that the international community can display yet greater political consensus, can further increase its investments and its aid for development, and pursue effective action to allow us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for your very kind...
For this morning, it is my duty to close the meeting, and the meeting will resume at 3 p.m. I hope another chairman will be here to struggle with the minutes. The meeting is adjourned.
problem is to have money to buy the food. And that is the point that is behind it. So I think that we will have opportunity to talk about the experience of combating hunger in different countries. But I see, for example, not only Kaká from Brazil, but also the Ministra Teresa Campelo, that can tell us further the experience of Brazil, that providing cash transfer to the poor allowed Brazil to eliminate hunger in 5 years. What's a powerful experience. Last point, President Michael points what is the challenge for us in the future? Africa. And Africa is about keeping the youth there, not allowing them to try to come take the first boat to cross the Mediterranean, and most of them died in the way trying to do it. So provide land for them and giving opportunity for the women. Women is key. What we are talking about, hunger and malnutrition, we need to talk about empowering women. That was the notes.
Well, I'm glad I didn't let the notes go to waste. All right. I can tell by the noises in the room you have your phones on. Right? Okay. So I know you're tweeting and receiving tweets, so let me just go to Twitter right now. We've got hunger is more than an empty stomach. It means being trapped in poverty. Zero hunger conversation at the UN must turn to action for the global goals. That's from Sam Worthington at Interaction. Let me just move on in our program and go to Ellen Chilemba. She's the founder of Tuwale. And this idea of action is really important, Ellen, because we're talking about young people being these warriors for zero hunger, the zero hunger generation. How do you mobilize people under 35 to get stuck in? What's your experience?
Thank you very much.
You press that little button there to the left-hand side.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Ellen Chilemba. I am from Malawi. And for me, growing up in Malawi, something that was common was to see my peers leave school early, and most of these were my female peers, and they would leave school early to jump into early marriages, sometimes to support their family because their family could no longer afford to pay for their education. And so when I was 18, I got together with a team of 5 other young people. The youngest team member was 14 years old, the oldest team member was 19, and together we were concerned that we were seeing too many of our peers leaving school, and unfortunately, after leaving school, they would end up in extreme poverty with the high unemployment that we have, and also just the lack of access to capital and other resources. And so this team, we designed the Tuwale model where we work with young women in poor communities and we teach them vocational skills. We also do microloans, we do business education, and right now we are developing an education center where we will offer free secondary school classes at night. In terms of mobilizing young people, this having a team of 5 people between 14 and 19, for me, showed me that there's a lot more that the youth can do. And so today, I would like to talk more about how we can mobilize young people, what kind of opportunities we can set up so that young people can participate more in reaching the zero hunger
Ellen,
goal.
give us one example. Go.
So one example would be entrepreneurial education. So just the idea of letting young people know that we can start something at this age. So how do we create entrepreneurial education? We implement it in our school systems where there's more of task shifting approach where young people are given mentorship and you overseeing someone who's in a position of what you would like to do. And so that way you're also thinking of how you can start up by watching other people start up. So that's one way.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I don't want you to tell anybody this, but 3 of my favorite heads of agencies at the UN are all sitting right here on this podium. I love it. I love this event. So one of them is the president of the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, Mr. Kanayo Nwanzi. He always has good stuff to add. This is even his official spot. I'm just curious as to what's going on in his head. What's going on?
what's going on in my head. When you asked, Femi, when you asked the under 35 to stand up, I quickly shifted my notes to get at some statistics. It's quite astounding. Children under 15 account for about 24% of the population of developing countries. That is 1 out of 4. And young people aged 15 to 24, another 17%. So that is, under 24, make up over 40% of the world's population in the developing world. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, we have 330 million young people, and they're expected to enter the labor market in the next 15 years. 70% of Africa's population is below the age of 30, and more than half, close to 200 million, live in rural areas. In my own country, Nigeria, 1/3 of the population is between 15 and 24. Now in India, the figures are even more astounding. Between 10 and 24 years, there are estimated to be 356 million Indians. That is more than the population of the whole of the United States. Now, why am I giving these statistics? This is a resource, human resources. And if we do not begin from now to focus on maximizing these resources, these human resources that we have, we're going to have a problem. These are the leaders of tomorrow. These are the farmers of tomorrow, the businesses, the entrepreneurs, and what have you. And I'm really delighted that this event focuses on youth engagement and the possibility for them to really take leadership in their own hands. I'm going to say something that somebody reminded me 3 times today, because I've said it in the past. Basically, what we're talking about here is transformational development. But you see, development is not something that Ireland or IFAD will do for the developing countries. Development is something that we do not do development for people. People develop themselves. So if you do not take your responsibility into your own hands and expect that somebody will develop you, that is zero. And zero hunger will just be a dream. So you are the future, and the future is in your hands. Thank you.
See, he didn't even plan that. He just said that. You are the future is in your hand. Who says that? Genius people say those kind of things. All right, so he stood up when I said stand up if you're under 35. He's got a few more years to go, which is good. Secretary General's envoy on youth. What happens when you can no longer stand up when I say stand up if you're under 35? Is that it? You're done? You're fired? Ahmed Alandari, tell us about, take us into the field. Tell us how this actually works. We're looking at young people, the focus on young people, and this zero hunger generation. Tell us a story.
Yeah, well, for the first question, I would say, Femi, that you'll need to wait a few years and see what happens. But for me, I was looking to everybody to stand when you asked that. I think you're as young as you feel, and I see lots of youth in Mr. President and your remarks and the way you deliver. So, thank you. So when it comes to the field, going to the field, I think, thanks for the question. Actually, I spent this International Youth Day this year in the Philippines. I went there, and we themed this year with the International Youth Day about youth participation in agriculture. Because we realize it's not only for the Philippines, it's not only to solve the unemployment problem there, but it's also for the food security of the world. You need more young people to come to the agricultural sector. You know that the average age of farmers is 55 years old in a country where 70% of the population are under 30. And we have so much youth unemployment there. It's, just to add to the numbers you mentioned, it's a simple math. When you put all these figures, half of the world's population under 25 years of age, 15 years to go, 17 goals to achieve, this much hunger, this much illiteracy, it all comes down to youth. And not because I work in youth issues, because simply this is the demographic reality. You just cannot ignore it. Now, what happened in the field, what really struck me there, and the defense of young people, the easiest is to blame young people. Just keep blaming them. They don't want to work. They don't want to show up. They don't want to be part of agriculture. They don't want to contribute. I see this tendency of most often we see young people being described as if they were the liability, not the opportunity for development. And what I'm talking about here, we need to help them. And we need to change some of the root causes why young people are not coming to the agriculture sector. I think that's a long debate. There are plenty of issues. Better education, just to make the job of a farmer more reputable and more a kind of a job that the young person will take a pride of being a farmer. Better education, better access to land, access to credit. Most of these issues are a serious struggle for a young person. A young person who wants to take the courage and want to innovate or become a younger entrepreneur in the field of agriculture will face severe impediments in his or her face in order to succeed. I think, as we discussed, the implementation is now over about defining what needs to be done 15 years from now. We have to make the job easier for young people. At a time where 600 million jobs needed in the next 15 years, and that's in the heart of eradicating extreme poverty, by the way. Governments alone, they can't do this. Private sector alone, they can't do it. We need to support young people by better access to credit, better coaching, better education, and better relevant education, and also access to land, particularly in the field of agriculture. I'm not seeing a lot of that is happening. We need to do that. We should not blame young people. We should help young people. Sometimes when I think about the job of a young person who wants to open a business at 21 years old, they will not find any bank to give them a loan. They will find irrelevant education, a mismatch. Some of the opportunities are irrelevant. I think it's becoming like a kind of a mission impossible for some young people to succeed. And a young person doesn't have to be a Tom Cruise to succeed, to be honest. It has to be much easier. And we have to facilitate that. I think that's where the post-2015, that's where the SDGs is about putting the conditions for young people to succeed and a conducive environment and enabling one for them to grow. I think that's particularly true in the agricultural sector. My wish for the next visit to the Philippines that the average age of farmers will be 25, will not be 55 anymore. Thank you.
So the Secretary General at this time of year is a very busy man, so it's hardly surprising that he didn't quite make it for the beginning of our program, but he has caught up with us now. Have a listen.
Distinguished guests, honored colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to send greetings to Generation Zero Hunger. You meet at a critical moment. The world has come together to launch an ambitious set of sustainable development goals aimed at ushering in lives of dignity for all. This bold new vision commits us to ending hunger everywhere by 2030. Millions of young people participated actively in drafting this new agenda. Now I ask you to take the driver's seat as we move to make this vision a reality. You are the largest generation of youth in history. You are the farmers who will sustainably feed 9 billion people by 2050. You are the entrepreneurs who will give the world the innovations needed to ensure that food is not lost before it reaches the table. You are the advocates whose questioning will push society and government to change how we produce and consume our food. Those of us from the older generation must do our part, but we must give you the space to take the lead, to create opportunities, especially for young women and for young people in rural areas. In 2012, I issued my Zero Hunger Challenge to end hunger in a generation. I have seen this challenge taken up by governments and their partners across the world. Youth have been at the forefront in communicating the message that it can be done. We can end hunger. Thank you.
Okay, people watching on UNTV, following on Twitter say, such engaged and inspired youth at Zero Hunger event. The world will be amazed at what they are going to do in the next 15 years. Hashtag Zero Hunger trending. Take this energy and mobilize action. I know how to make it trend even more. Kaka. Shameless. Tweet anything he says. We're trend forever. Okay. We did get a tweet earlier that said that it was really inspiring seeing a football player be so committed to Zero Hunger. Can you explain a little bit more why you would be, where the passion lies for you?
Ready for Portuguese again?
What has impressed me the most is the statistics. When I found out the real figures that represent hunger throughout the world, I was very shocked, especially involving children, because when we give food to somebody, we are not only taking care of a biological need, but in reality, we are giving them an opportunity that we should all have, the opportunity to live. And that is what struck me the most and led me to become engaged and to become an ambassador for this program. As I said, football is a very strong force when you consider how many people watch a World Soccer Cup championship. Most people here probably support a specific team, and soccer players are responsible not only for entertaining but for social causes.
Okay, let's share some of the energy around the room. Mr. Gonzalo Restrepo Lopez is the chairman of Éxito Foundation. I'm really curious and would love you to explain about the private sector and where it fits in on this amazing, ambitious goal to let's just end hunger in the next 15 years. It sounds odd and so ambitious. Where does the private sector fit in? When the microphone, when it goes red, it will be live. There we go. Keep going. Yes, fantastic.
Is it okay now? Okay, the private sector is very, very important because the private sector is used to work a little more for the medium term and for the long term as governments are. So the future market for the private sector is the market that is very young, is the children of today. So just from the selfish point of view, you're going to have a larger market if you educate your children. And you cannot educate your children if they have had no right nutrition when they're small, especially from 0 to 5. So if you take this point seriously, knowing that you're going to have more competition in the future, you should invest in your children today because you're going to have a much larger market. It is very strange to me how invisible this problem of malnutrition and hunger is around the world. Why is it that in our heads we're used to comprehend complicated situations and not very simple facts that if we take care of nature, if we take care of our environment, the most important in our environment is the human beings that inhabit this planet. And investing in 0 to 5 years of age gives per dollar invested 16% return. That beats all the markets, the stock markets in the world, in more than 70%. A country that invests in feeding its children can get 70% more wealth in a period of 30 years than a country that doesn't do it. So this is something that has to be done, that has to be made visible. This is what we're doing here today. And if we continue to do it, it's going to be in the mind of the politicians. It's going to be in the mind of the leaders. And that's why it's number 2 goal of the United Nations. And we're here to make it visible. We're here to make it work. And what better than private companies united working for the goal number 2 of the United Nations. So companies have a role to play. They should play it, not only because we're going to have a better civil society, better world without crime, but also because it's about their future markets. It's about their future life.
Makes good business sense. Ana Lucia Marquez is the Public Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Hunger Project in Mexico. I know, Anna, there are going to be lots of people watching, young people watching, who think, how do I get involved? How do I make a difference in politics? Because that's where the power is. And your answer would be what? When it turns red, we'll all be able to hear you. Not yet. No, not yet. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think sometimes we think that youth are creating and doing amazing change everywhere, and I think we are. Youth in cities, youth in rural communities, farmers, consumers, we're already trying to make a change. But the key part is that we need to be involved in public policy. We need to have formal spaces for participation. It's not sometimes consultations are not enough. We need to be there. We need to be in the design. We need to be in the implementation. And this amazing agenda, which here at the Hunger Project, we are so excited that the call we have had for years and years and years is finally, the world is, yes, we can end hunger by 2030. But now, the hard part will be the challenge of how to do this. And to do this, we need to be there. We need to be here. We need to be here sitting in the UN. We need to be sitting with our local governments. We need to be sitting with our national governments. And that's the part where we're going to be actually making the change.
How? How did you get in the building? Right? Because I'm watching this at home on UN TV. I was like, oh, she's already in the building. How do I get in the building?
I think the amazing part about civil society has been the investment in youth. That's why we're here. Because civil society is believing that we can be here. You know? So now we just need our governments to think that too. We need them to invite us as well. Yeah.
Anna, thank you. Always end on an applause line. Okay, moving on. Keith Weed is the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Unilever. If Zero Hunger was a brand, Keith, what would we be? What product would we be?
I have to wait till it goes red. This is very good for your patience, isn't it, if you have to sit there to answer a question like that. Well, I suppose from Unilever, I have to say if it was a brand, it would probably be Ben & Jerry's. But if I stood back and just thought about brands generally, we've talked a lot about the opportunity of health. So Gonzalo talked about health of businesses, with having healthy populations. And I really believe you can't have a healthy business in an unhealthy society. But if you take what Kaka was saying about children and children's nutrition, I think to me that's right at the bullseye of what we're trying to do. If people have good nutrition, especially in those early years, you have the opportunity to have a good education. And with a good education, of course, comes a better job. And if you just follow that line through, then of course businesses and brands must be interested in this because they want to have healthy societies and healthy economies that they can engage with. And the reason why I think brands are particularly exciting is they're in every part of our lives. At Unilever, 2 billion people a day use our products, whether we are Ben & Jerry's or a Hellmann's or a Knorr. But clearly you can't do it alone. You need to do it in partnership with others, and I'm really pleased to announce we've got a partnership between Knorr and the World Food Programme doing exactly that. It's about nutrition at schools and beyond, and particularly with an emphasis on young girls to be able to help build exactly this program forward to support, and they can get their minds around sort of how do we get zero hunger to be something across for all of us, because this can be the first generation that ends poverty and ends hunger, and I think that's a really exciting time.
Do you know, I think the ED of the WFP thinks she's got off quite lightly because I haven't said anything to her yet, and she's not officially up yet, but she hasn't, Etherin Cousin. What are your thoughts so far?
Well, very quickly, as I sit in this room, I am pleased because there are so many of you young people here. We are going to all die off before we finish. Many of us will. I won't. But many of us will. But the reality of it is, when I say we can end hunger in our lifetime, I'm talking about your lifetime. Because when we get to 2030, you'll be sitting up here. And it'll be your responsibility to say to the world that we have achieved zero hunger. So that's what I'm thinking.
I love the description of our next speaker, Umpo McChambers, strong girl. Can you explain how you're a strong girl? You know you push it, then you wait till it goes red, right?
Right, okay, got it.
There you go. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. So I'm Umpo McChambers, as she shared earlier, and I'm the one.org #StrongGirl ambassador for South Africa. So that's a girl who's trying to make a difference in her community, which I try and do through my foundation called VREA Foundation, educating and working with women and girls to empower women in agriculture and in agribusiness. One.org is calling on African governments to include activities in the Malibu National Action Plan that boosts access to productive resources and markets for female entrepreneurs in Africa and also agri-entrepreneurs. I'd like to hear from many of the panelists who have best practices that can be shared in this area of agribusiness. Are the models already in place or in operation that provide a pathway to increase access to these markets, particularly for females in Africa?
All right, President Lwanza, would you take this one, please?
Well, thank you. We work, my institution, IFAD, we focus only on rural areas, rural populations. And when we say we focus on rural populations, we focus a lot on rural women for the simple fact that we know, our experience across the world, when you invest in a rural woman, you invest in a community. When you invest in a rural man, you invest in an individual. So, and we know that partnership is a strong and vital instrument. When you can create cohesion within the society, they have a voice, they're empowered. So how you do that? You build the capacity of rural institutions, women's groups, women's associations, or local cooperatives, so that they are able to build their own institutional framework to be able to access policies, access finance, because as he said, if you go to ask any of your banks as an individual, they will just look at you and laugh. But if you belong to a cooperative, preferably, you can access rural finance very easily. And that's what we do. So I will say, if you ask me whether we have a model, a framework, I would say yes. But essentially, it means working to create your own institutional framework with your own governance structure that allows you to access all these inputs.
Okay, we're going to move on now to the President of the 70th session of the UN General Assembly, Mr. Moens Lukthof. Please, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this audience. I would like to begin by acknowledging and indeed celebrating the development progress which many of you have helped to bring about these past 15 years. Yesterday, however, we all were together opening a new chapter of global efforts to eradicate poverty and hunger. The 2030 agenda is, in my view, nothing but revolutionary, given its universal application, its ambition, and its analysis of the root causes of the challenges we face in the world today. The global goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition is one of the most critical. While the number of people suffering from hunger in developing regions have fallen to half since 1990, there's still, as we all know, close to 800 million people undernourished worldwide, majority of them being children and youth. Ensuring that women, men, children enjoy such basic rights as food and water and have the possibility of living in dignity is a fundamental issue of justice. It's also a complex one. The fact that hunger and undernutrition exists alongside obesity and overweight points both to an unequitable distribution of economic, social, and political opportunities and to the flaws of the model, the economic model, so heavily dependent on consumption and overuse of finite resources. The urgency required and the complexity of this issue demands an integrated and inclusive approach. Therefore, I'm pleased to see that this high-level event today is a continuation of the inclusive, transparent, and bottom-up approach which was used to formulate the Agenda 2030. Governments must continue to play a leading role in making change happen. But without the significant engagement from a multitude of actors, government action will simply not be enough. And as young people have always been a force for transformative change, their drive will be crucial to the SDG implementation as well. We need young people, like all of you with us today, to be both agents of change and voices for change, ensuring accountability and implementation of the commitments, policies, and strategies that will affect your future more than some of us who have a rather short future to look forward to. During the year ahead, I will, as President of the General Assembly, support Member States and all actors to move from commitments to action. In particular, I will convene 3 high-level thematic events to mobilize action across the main pillars of the UN in support for the SDGs. The first of these will be in April 2016, with focus on securing speedy implementation of commitments relating to the SDGs in general, climate change in particular, and the related financing. In this process, as well as in the formulation of the goals, multi-stakeholder participation, including not least young people, will be central as we look to inspire diverse actors to form partnerships and broad alliances in support of all the SDGs, including not least hunger, food security, and nutrition. The task ahead of Generation Zero hunger is tremendous, but there are also opportunities for action and transformation. Your commitment, your energy, and your engagement will be crucial. Thank you very much for your...
Okay, if you're sitting in front of me, please stand up. That's everybody. That way. Geographically challenged. And now sit down. All right. We're nearly there. Okay, we need momentum, all right? Okay. building up the momentum. We have, and all of this is going to happen very quickly as we hurtle towards the end of our program time. The Minister of Community Development, Mother and Child Health in Zambia, Emerine Kabanshi. Please tell us about rural women. We haven't talked about them yet. Where do they fit into this picture of eradicating hunger by 2030?
Thank you very much. Firstly, before I speak about the rural women, allow me to congratulate the organizers of this very important side event on mobilizing Generation Zero Hunger. It is therefore a great honor for me to be invited to the northern part of Zambia, where we see a lot of inequalities because the area is not easy to reach and most of the services are not there for the women. The women spend most of their time going to fetch water instead of spending more time on doing productive work. And as government, as the government of Zambia, we have said that improving the life of the rural women is about taking the services as closer to them as possible. And one of them is making sure that we link our infrastructure like roads so that these women could be accessed. And we can only end poverty when we empower these women. I think as a government, we are scaling up the social cash transfer programs, which is benefiting about more than 60%. It's just benefiting women. And also, we are looking at the vulnerable, the aged, the disabled, and those are the ones that are getting the social cash transfer. What we are trying to do is to reduce the inequalities. When you empower a rural woman, you empower the community, like one of the moderators there said. And it's true, and we are seeing it as a government. And that's why we are stressing on empowering women. And the government is coming up with a bank that is going to give loans to the women because it's very difficult for them to access finances. And when you have a healthy woman, then you know very well that that woman is going to have a healthy child. And as governments, we need to reduce on the illiteracy level in the women so that they will be able to make informed decisions and they will be able to plan their lives better. And even the gender-based violences that we experience will reduce because most of these rural women we are talking about depend very much on their men.
Madam Minister, I'm going to leave it there because I'm going to push on because I want to get everybody in the program.
Thank you.
I really thank you for your remarks. Thank you very much. As we head towards our finale, I can't do it without the chair of the Committee on World Food Security, Gerda Faerberg. Gerda.
Thank you so much. It's very inspiring to see so many young people here because we need each other. It's not about the generation of the future and the current generation, it's just we need all generations. That's one thing. The other thing is I'm excited about the inspired atmosphere, but the work has to be done. And the work is outside, the work is at grassroots. So let us inspire each other here to roll on our sleeves when we are back home and we have to implement the promises and the expectations we have been rising these days. Yesterday, the SDGs were endorsed in, I think, 13 seconds. but we need 15 years in collaborating, in working together in a multi-stakeholder way. And to work in a multi-stakeholder way, we have to learn to speak and understand each other's language, what we mean, because private sector and NGOs sometimes really speak a different language, let alone they have a different culture. So let us invest in this as well. And if we are all home, and I hope we all travel safely home, let's look at ourselves in the mirror, ask ourselves, what can I contribute? How am I ready to deliver to reach zero hunger in the next 15 years? And then I will do my utmost to be here in 2030 as well. And I count on you.
Minister Ayariga is the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. A really nice, tough Twitter question for you. I saved it up for you. Here we go. Call for governments to have resolve to deliver on global goal to end hunger. And for that, we must hold governments accountable by raising our voices. How is the Ghanaian government being held accountable?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you. We live in a very democratic country. We have a free press. We have legislature. The executive is accountable, goes through periodic elections after every 4 years. And so these democratic channels provide opportunity for accountability in all areas, including commitments to end hunger. And we are here and we have signed on to the Global Compact, and we definitely would like to work with the rest of the world to achieve these commitments. Permit me to just mention a few things regarding some of the discussions that have taken place.
Can I ask you to pick the most important one? Otherwise, we will all be evicted from this room as you're going through the points. And that would be fun to watch on viral TV, but not fun to experience.
I want to emphasize the point that His Excellency, the President of Ireland, made, that the resources exist to end hunger. And that is the assumption we must work from. We have the land, we have water, we have enough technology acknowledged in the world, and we have labor and the skills to be able to work to end hunger. The problem is that these resources, there's some imbalance in the location of the resources. In the global south, you will have the land, some water, but you may not have the knowledge, you won't have the technology, you won't have the skills. And so what has to happen is the collaboration that His Excellency called for, where we try to get all these resources located at the same place on both sides of the planet. The reason why you don't have so much hunger in the north is because you have both the land, the water, the technology, and the labor and the skills to make it happen. But in the south, we have the land, perhaps the water, but not the technology and the kind of skills that is needed. So this collaboration is to mobilize the youth to be able to move for a transfer of some of these resources to the locations where they are absent, so that we can enable them to also produce enough to feed themselves and perhaps share with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Very nicely done. Okay, I am a big fan of this minister, Minister of Social Development and the Fight Against Hunger in Brazil, Teresa Campello. I tell you why I'm a big fan. She said, I love speaking off the cuff. I don't need to do a speech. Just talk to me like a real person. I love that. What have we missed in our conversation so far, Minister?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I am very happy to be here today, and at source of pride for Brazil, not only to be able to say that it continues to have the best soccer in the world, but Also, we were able to get out from the map of hunger, and we have a lot to share about our experience. The Zero Hunger brand was launched by President Lula in 2003. People said it's absurd to have a brand that talks about hunger and about zero. And we dared to place hunger in the center of our agenda and in the center of our policies. That is the secret that allows us to fight against hunger, stop hiding our problems. So Brazil was very successful because we assumed hunger, we assumed its problems. Last year, exactly a year ago, here in the UN, we were able to announce that there was no more hunger in Brazil. When President Lula took office, 10% of the Brazilian population were suffering hunger. In a little bit over 10 years, we were able to reduce it to 1.7%. So from 10% to 1.7%, we still have problems. We know that we still have a lot to do, but this shows it's possible. And it is possible not with campaigns to donate food to people. When they asked me to talk, I was afraid that this mobilization would be a campaign for the rich to donate food to the poor. That's not sustainable. We have to transform. We have to help to produce food. Brazil was always a very large producer of food, and the people did not have access to that food. Why? Because they had no money. It was by allowing people to have an income that we were able to ensure two things. One, reduce poverty, and two, improve the economy. The population.
UNDP, national governments, and private sector.
Colombia, we celebrate a new approach to this.
Allow you to take a selfie, okay? Now, I'm just going to actually check with my different heads of agencies to see if they're okay with this. I would like to end with Victor Ochen, unless there was something that you particularly would love to say as a closing thought, because then I can end with a young person. But you can tell me that if you want to do that. Are you okay? All right. Okay. Yes? You're not going to beat me up later.
Best possible result. Actually,
I am not going to close this session. I'm going to hand over the closing of the session to Victor Ochen. But before I do that, the security guards told me one very special thing. You must not exit through that door. You have to exit through that door up that way. If you don't, I'm in trouble. Please go that way at the exit. And now, for the big close, for somebody who is most definitely under 35, Victor Ochen, founder of the African Youth Initiative Network. Victor, over to you.
Thank you very much. I am very delighted and I feel deeply honored to be the last person speaking for this. Speaking of anger, when you hear about anger, you might wonder what it is. I was born and raised in northern Uganda. I grew up in war zone. Talking about anger, I lived without food for many years. To stay in a normally abducted kid, and I think while marching in that community, we raised the Global Goals 16 because Global Goal 16 is for peace and justice. It's a community that needed peace. It's a community that is struggling for justice. And I'm happy to say that when I was coming, we left the Global Goal 16 flag for peace and justice flying highest in Africa. This is what Africa needs the most, peace and justice. And I'm very excited about that. Oftentimes in our struggle to identify who we are, we fail to give ideas to the dreams and ideals of humanity. We go around defining ourselves as us, them as them, not knowing we are all human. But when you talk about funding agricultural services more than military funding to the continent, Africa would be the world's food basket. And this is what we need to stand for, because I know it works and I know it can lead us to a better world. And I think as young people, it's our generation. We cannot agree to sustain the dark side of our history. We need to move on. We need to work towards making peace and justice a reality, and that's the only way we are going to talk about zero anger. We are going to talk about no human security. So what role are we playing? Are we looking
It's nice to be early, so there is no rush. Are you all okay?
But then contestants, we have in-depth discussions on how to but then we will start with handshaking on this side, and then we will have but I don't think that will be long because all the others are.
So that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, if you wish, to have some additional words, then we will approach him after the meeting, before he leaves. But evidently they really appreciate for the word comment and also for
The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order again. The General Assembly will continue. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ollanta Humala Tasso, President of the Republic of Peru.
Know that it is possible
una transformación
today,
a la cuarta parte durante mi gobierno.
During my
Más de 1.300.000 que atrae inversiones y genera oportunidades para todos sus ciudadanos. La responsabilidad corresponde a los estados, que en consecuencia deberán rendir cuentas a sus ciudadanos y promover una mayor participación de estos. En mi país, la inversión pública que en los últimos años hemos movilizado en políticas sociales y educativas constituye un récord histórico. Igualmente destacables son nuestras inversiones en infraestructura vial y en energía limpia, así como en acceso a la vivienda, el agua y el saneamiento. También por primera vez hemos establecido un plan nacional de diversificación productiva basado en la expansión de la integración tecnológica con las pequeñas microempresas y con los centros de investigación. En ese mismo camino, hemos creado un sistema nacional de becas de estudio cuyo crecimiento anual ha sido exponencial, política que ha sido complementada con la creación de centros de innovación orientados hacia el desarrollo de nuestras ventajas competitivas. Las empresas que invierten en investigación y desarrollo actualmente gozan en el Perú de beneficios tributarios. Buscamos con todo esto promover industrias, la agroindustria, la industria pesquera, la industria forestal, la industria textil, la gastronomía, la metalmecánica y la aviación, entre otros sectores, llamados a sostener un crecimiento inclusivo que genere empleo digno para nuestros jóvenes. El pasado 28 de julio, al cumplir su nuevo aniversario de la independencia de mi patria, el Perú, me referí a todos los elementos que acabo de mencionar. Hoy vemos todos esos elementos reflejados en los objetivos y metas de la nueva Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, llamada a transformar el mundo en los próximos 15 años. El año 2021, la República del Perú celebrará su bicentenario. La visión que tenemos para ese futuro cercano es la de un país en el que cada uno de nuestros compatriotas se sienta parte de la nación peruana, con los mismos derechos a una educación y salud de calidad, a estar conectándose, integrados con su tierra y su cultura, a ser respetados por su trabajo y recibir un salario justo, y que estén dadas las oportunidades para poner a prueba todas sus capacidades. Desde Sendai, Addis Abeba, Nueva York, Lima, y
from
finalmente
Sendai,
París
Addis Ababa,
durante
New
la
York,
próxima
Lima,
COP21.
and
Los
Paris
líderes
during
estamos
the
dispuestos a adoptar
COP21.
acciones y medidas que
Leaders
permitan
are willing
alcanzar
to
las
adopt
metas
actions and
hacia un
measures to
desarrollo
achieve
sostenible.
our
En ese
goals
sentido,
of
la
sustainable
COP21 en
development.
París será decisiva
COP21
para
in
orientar
Paris will be
nuestras
decisive
sociedades hacia un patrón
in
de
guiding our
desarrollo
societies toward
bajo
a
en
pattern of
carbono,
development which
con mayor
is
resiliencia
low carbon,
y teniendo en
more
cuenta las
resilient,
necesidades
and
y
which takes into
expectativas
account the
de los
needs and
pobladores
expectations
más
of the
vulnerables
most
al cambio.
vulnerable
En el diálogo
among our
interactivo
population.
que copresidiré con el presidente de Francia sobre cambio climático, esperamos que se pueda reafirmar el compromiso político de trabajar hacia un resultado exitoso en la COP21. La Agenda 2030 nos ofrece una visión similar para todos los pueblos del mundo y nos compromete a todos a hacer realidad el futuro que queremos. El cumplimiento de estos ambiciosos objetivos es un reto enorme que puede ser comparado con algunos como encontrar el paraíso celestial en la tierra. Muchos escépticos pensarán que es una utopía, pero si tenemos fe en el ser humano y en la capacidad de nuestros líderes, todo esto podría convertirse en una realidad. Muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Republic of Peru for his statement. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Mvati III, Head of State of the Kingdom of Swaziland.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address this August summit during the 7th anniversary of the United Nations Organization, marking the end of the era for the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and also to consider the new Global 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The Kingdom of Eswatini has remained committed to the implementation of the MDGs since we embraced them in the year 2000 here at the United Nations. We pledge further commitment to new 2030 agenda. The UN review of the MDGs has been well captured and allows us to measure our achievements and challenges. While we have made significant strides in some areas, there's no doubt that the biggest challenge has been the inadequate financial resources to carry out the implementation of a number of short and medium to long-term goals. Donor funding and support from international financial institutions are vital to the realization of the new goals, which serve as a renewal to the effort of changing the lives of the people across the globe for the better. It is evidently clear that forming a global partnership for development is the key to the successful transformation desired by the UN family of nations, as no country can succeed in isolation. For Africa, what makes such partnerships more viable is that the new global agenda resonates very well with the African Union Agenda 2063, as they both seek to create better living conditions for our people on the continent. The Kingdom of Eswatini has also developed her National Vision 2022, closely aligned to the continental. Kingdom of Eswatini is happy to report recognizable progress in 5 of the 8 MDGs set out in the year 2000. Significant progress has been realized in achieving universal primary education, where the enrollment rate has increased from 72.1% to in 2000 to 97% in 2014. We've also developed a robust policy to guide gender issues in the country, integration of these issues into developmental planning, and placed career guidance officers at the regional officers to help improve sensitization. We wish to applaud the AU for recently honoring the country for her efforts in women empowerment. In the health sector, we have introduced free access to ART to those who need such services. We have also provided a quality new TB center to cater for patients and developed an effective malaria program. Child mortality has also been drastically reduced. In ensuring enrollmental sustainability programs to these targets are in place in order to support the needs of the present and future generations. Finally, may I reiterate that strong global solidarity and effective partnerships, peace and stability should be at the forefront of our new global agenda. We are confident that together and united, we will transform our world and achieve a sustainable development that leaves nobody behind. These new goals require that our commitment must not be just to accept a change of name, but must be one with results that change the lives of our people for the better. I thank you. May Almighty God bless us all.
I thank the head of state of the Kingdom of Swaziland for his statement. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ikulilo Dlamini, President of the Union of the Comoros.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée,
Excellency,
le Président de la 70e Assemblée des Nations Unies,
Mr. President of the 70th
Excellence, Monsieur Ban Ki-moon, Secrétaire
session
Général
of the
des Nations
United
Unies,
Nations General Assembly, Your
Excellence,
Excellency Mr.
Mesdames
Ban
et
Ki-moon,
Messieurs les
Secretary
chefs d'État
General,
et de gouvernement,
Excellencies, Heads of State
Honorable Assistance,
and Government,
Mesdames et Messieurs, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
gentlemen.
En septembre 2000,
In
nous étions
September
réunis ici
2000,
pour adopter
we
un document
met here to
historique,
adopt a historic
la déclaration
document,
du millénaire,
the
texte fondateur
Millennium
des fameux
Declaration,
objectifs
the
du millénaire
founding text
pour le
of the
développement qui ont
MDGs, the
été
Millennium
au cœur de
Development
notre agenda
Goals, which have been
commun
at
de
the heart
développement
of our common
durant
development
les 15 dernières
agenda
années.
during the last 15
Les évaluations
years.
réalisées au sein des pays,
The
dans les
evaluations
régions et
made
au
in
niveau
various
mondial
countries,
sur la
regions,
réalisation des
and
objectifs du millénaire
worldwide on
pour le
the
développement
achievement of the Millennium
présentent
Development
des
Goals
situations contrastées,
show
mais un bilan
different
globalement
situations,
positif,
but
même
globally
si
a positive
la
outcome,
situation reste mitigée.
although the situation
Il
can
s'agit
still be
notamment
improved.
de la réduction de la pauvreté qui a
It's a matter of
souffert
reducing
d'un manque de
poverty,
financement
which
adéquat,
has suffered from lack of
notamment
sufficient
dans
financing
les pays
in
qui avaient
particular
les pentes les plus raides à
in
gravir à ce
countries
propos.
which had the most
En
to
effet,
do in that
les
respect.
pays les plus démunis et les
The
plus vulnérables ont
more
souvent
vulnerable
un accès très limité
countries
aux
very
ressources de l'aide
often have
au
had
développement.
very little access to the
Comme
resources of development
je le disais
assistance.
récemment à Addis Abeba,
As I stated
lors de
recently
la
in
troisième
Addis Ababa
conférence sur le
at the
financement
third
du
conference
développement,
on financing
même
for
si
development,
les ressources
even
intérieures
though
de ces pays
the
sont bien mobilisées
domestic
et adéquatement
resources of those resources
dépensées,
are mobilized and
elles ne sont pas
well
suffisantes
spent,
pour
they are
soutenir
not
les
sufficient
programmes ambitieux
to support
destinés à
the
accélérer
ambitious
le rythme
programs
vers
aimed at
l'élimination de
speeding
la
up
pauvreté
the
sous toutes ses formes.
elimination of poverty
Pour mon
in
pays,
all its
l'Union des
forms.
Comores,
For my
qui
country,
est
the
à la
Union
fois
of
un
Comoros,
pays
which at the
moins
same
avancé
time is
et un petit État insulaire en développement,
less developed
avec
countries
tout ce que
country
cela
and a smaller
suppose comme
island
défi.
developing
Le bilan
state.
des OMD
The
révèle des avancées
MDGs
significatives
show
dans
that
les
significant
domaines sociaux.
advances have been made
Ainsi, en matière de
in the
santé et
social
d'éducation,
sector. In terms of
les
health
principaux
and education,
indicateurs
the
convenus
main
ont connu une
indicators
évolution remarquable vers les
have
cibles attendues.
shown that there has been
En effet,
considerable progress
le
toward the
taux de
target.
mortalité infanto-juvénile et le taux de
Child and
mortalité
youth
maternelle accusent des baisses
mortality
substantielles,
and maternal mortality have
relativement
been reduced
proches de celles
considerably,
fixées dans le cadre
very
international
close to the
des
target
suivis des
rates
objectifs du millénaire pour le
in
développement
the
à l'horizon
Millennium
2015.
Development Goals.
De même, au niveau de l'éducation,
In terms of
le taux
education,
de scolarisation et le taux d'achèvement enregistrent
numbers of
une
children
progression
schooled
notable.
have shown
Ces
considerable
avancées sont le
progress.
fruit de la conjugaison
That
des
progress
stratégies
is the result of the
pertinentes
combination
adoptées par le
of relevant
pays
strategies
dans les secteurs
adopted by the
concernés
countries and the
et
sectors
des investissements
concerned
notables
and
consentis dans
considerable
leur mise en œuvre
investments made
avec
toward their
l'appui des partenaires au
implementation
développement.
with the support of
Par contre,
development
le niveau de la
partners.
pauvreté monétaire
The
a
level
stagné
of monetary
puisque le
policy,
pays n'a
however,
pas pu
has been
mobiliser,
stagnant because
malgré les
countries,
efforts consentis,
despite
les
efforts
ressources
made, have not
requises
been
pour
able to
financer
bring
les
together
infrastructures
necessary
économiques
resources to
et
finance
réaliser
economic
les autres
infrastructures
investissements
and to
habilitants
make
pour
other
assurer une croissance forte
investments
et durable
which could
à même de réduire la
guarantee
pauvreté et les inégalités.
progress toward reducing poverty
Toutefois,
and inequality.
pour un réel développement durable,
In order for there
il
to be
s'avère
real
nécessaire
sustainable
de
development,
lutter
there is a
plus
need to
efficacement
fight
contre
more
le changement
effectively
climatique
against climate
dans
change.
les petits États
in
insulaires en développement,
small island
tout
developing
particulièrement
states,
en mettant en
especially
œuvre rapidement
by
le
quickly
Summer Pathway.
implementing the
Je
Summer
voudrais souligner
Pathway.
aussi
I would
que
also
mon
like to
pays, à
emphasize
l'instar des autres
that my
pays
country, together with
en voie
other
de développement,
countries,
s'est
developing
doté de
countries,
stratégies,
has
plans de développement
strategies,
et autres instruments
development
pertinents
plans, and
de
other
pilotage du développement en ligne avec les recommandations des assises relatives
following the
au
recommendations
suivi de la
made by
déclaration
relevant
du
bodies
millénaire.
following the Millennium
Aujourd'hui,
Declaration.
fort des leçons
Today,
apprises pour le
is even
devenir
more
de l'humanité.
ambitious for
Ainsi,
the
mon
future
pays
of
souscrit
humankind.
entièrement
My country
à l'agenda
fully
2030 pour le
supports
développement
Agenda
durable
2030
et à la
for
position
sustainable
commune
development
africaine
and the
qui
African
prône
common
la
position
transformation structurelle de l'Afrique.
to bring about the structural
Nous apprécions
transformation of
hautement
Africa.
la qualité
We highly
du travail
appreciate the
réalisé
quality
qui a
of the
permis
work
de disposer
that has
aujourd'hui
been done
de ce document
and
consensuel
which, has
qui
led
devrait
to
nous
this
permettre
consensus
d'être plus
document today,
efficaces
which will allow
dans
us to
notre
be more
ambition de
effective
bâtir un
in our
monde
ambition
meilleur
to
pour tous.
build a better world for all.
Nous devrons et nous pouvons réussir
We
la mise en œuvre des objectifs de
must
développement durable
succeed
car nous sommes mieux
with the
préparés
Sustainable Development
et la
Goals
coopération
because we
internationale
are better
a
prepared
enregistré des
and
bons
international
qualitatifs
cooperation
appréciables
has
durant
made
ces
considerable
15 dernières années.
strides over the last 15
En outre,
years.
le programme d'action
Furthermore,
d'Addis Abeba que nous avons adopté à
Addis
l'issue de la
Ababa
troisième
Program
conférence
of
sur le
Action, which
financement
we
du
adopted
développement,
at the third conference on financing for
s'il est appliqué,
development, if
est de nature
implemented,
à nous éviter
will
des désillusions
prevent
encourues dans la mise en œuvre des OMD.
which we
Excellences,
had
Mesdames et
during
Messieurs,
the MDGs.
il m'est agréable de
Excellencies,
constater que les
ladies and
nouveaux
gentlemen, I am
objectifs
pleased to note
prennent parfaitement en
that the
compte les
new
OMD
goals
et
take the
intègrent de
MDGs
nouveaux
into
domaines
account
cruciaux pour le
and
développement
integrate
humain
other
durable.
sectors which are
En
essential
outre, la
for
réalisation
sustainable
des
development.
objectifs de développement durable
The achievement
concerne
of
bien sûr les pays en
of
développement,
sustainable development
mais
goals
également les pays
take
développés
into account
et pas seulement
developed
au
countries
travers
as
du
well
partenariat mondial
and
pour le
not
développement.
through a global partnership.
Ainsi, chaque pays de la planète
Each country
est appelé
on
à
the
mettre en
planet
œuvre les
is
objectifs
called
de
upon
développement
to
durable
implement the
et à
sustainable
rendre
development
compte
goals
ce qui
and
permettra
to be
une meilleure
accountable. This will
appropriation
make it
mondiale du
possible to
nouveau
have a
agenda.
better ownership
J'aimerais alors
of the new agenda
insister
throughout the
ici
world.
sur
Here I
le
wish
rôle
to
crucial
insist
que
on the
revêt
crucial role
pour la réalisation de l'agenda
in
l'objectif de
implementing the
développement durable
agenda
numéro 16.
played by
Je cite,
goal
promouvoir l'avènement
number 16,
de
and I
sociétés
quote,
pacifiques
promoting
et ouvertes aux fins du
peaceful
développement durable,
societies open to
assurer
the
à
goals
tous
of sustainable
l'accès à la
development and which
justice
guarantee
et
for
mettre en
all
place à
access to
tous les niveaux
justice
les
and which
institutions
establishes at all
efficaces,
levels
responsables
effective
et ouvertes
institutions
qui met
responsible and
en
open
évidence et opérationnalise les
which
liens entre les pays et le
operationalize
développement.
links
Je
among
voudrais terminer mon
between
propos
countries and
par le
development.
vœu que ce sommet aboutisse à un succès historique,
Hope
car nous
that
devons
this summit will lead
avoir à
to
l'esprit
historic
ce
results
message fort
because we
qui
need
émane
to bear in
de
mind
notre
the
nouvel agenda,
message
à
which
savoir
emerges from our new
que
agenda,
nous pouvons
and that
être
is
la première
that
génération
we
à
can be
réussir
the first
à mettre
generation
fin à la
to
pauvreté,
succeed in
tout
putting an
comme
end to
nous pouvons
poverty,
être les derniers
as
à avoir
we
une
could
chance
be the last
de
ones
sauvegarder
to
la
have
planète.
the
Vive
opportunity
la
to
coopération
safeguard our
internationale.
planet.
Je vous
Long live
remercie.
international cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Union of the Comoros for his statement. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les
Excellencies,
chefs d'État et de
heads
gouvernement,
of state and government,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
Monsieur le Président, c'est pour moi un
Mr.
honneur de
President, it
prendre
is
la
an
parole
honor
à ce
for
sommet
me to take the floor at
consacré
this
à
summit
l'adoption du
on
programme de
the
développement
adoption
pour l'après
of the
2015.
post-2015 development
Je voudrais
agenda,
féliciter
and I wish
je
to
voudrais vous féliciter ainsi que votre
congratulate
co-président
you and
pour
your
votre élection.
co-chair
Je reste
on your
convaincu
elections. I
que tous les
remain
deux, vous
convinced
saurez
that
conduire
the two of you
nos débats à
will be able
ce
to lead
résultat.
our debate to
Je tiens
a
également à saluer
successful
l'importante
result. Here I
contribution du
also
groupe de
wish to
travail
highlight the
qui a
important
permis
contributions
de
of
faire
the
aboutir
working
les
group
négociations
which led
intergouvernementales
to
sur cet
intergovernmental
important programme que nous
negotiations
avons
on
adopté
this
hier
crucial
et qui doit
agenda which we
constituer
adopted
une
yesterday
véritable
and which
feuille de
must
route,
become a
mais
true
aussi
roadmap,
l'opportunité nouvelle
but
d'asseoir une
also a
gouvernance
new
mondiale
opportunity
coordonnée
for
et homogène
global
pour un
governance that is
développement plus
coordinated
durable.
and harmonious
C'est pourquoi il nous
for
faudra
sustainable
veiller
development.
à la mettre
This
en
is
œuvre
why we must
conformément
ensure
aux intérêts de nos peuples.
that these
Monsieur
goals
le
are
Président,
implemented in accordance with
en
the
effet,
interests of our own
15 années se
peoples.
sont écoulées
Mr. President,
depuis
15
le
years
sommet du
have gone
millénaire,
by since the
au
Millennium
terme duquel
Summit.
nous avions adopté un programme
During
ambitieux
that
ayant
summit,
pour
we
socle
adopted an ambitious
l'éradication de la pauvreté sous toutes ses formes
agenda to
et la
eradicate poverty
promotion
in
d'un
all its
développement
forms and the
profitable à tous.
promotion of
Les
development
objectifs
that
du
is
millénaire
profitable
pour
for all.
le développement
The MDGs,
adoptés ont constitué un idéal
once
et une
adopted,
aspiration
were an
largement
ideal
partagés
and
par les
an
peuples
aspiration
et
which
les
was greatly
gouvernements du
shared by
monde
the
entier.
peoples and the
Ils ont
governments of the
représenté
world
une
as a
lueur
whole.
d'espoir
This
pour les
led
pays en
to
développement dans leur
hope
bataille
for
acharnée et
countries in
quotidienne
development in
contre
their
la
daily
pauvreté, la
battle
faim
against
et le
hunger,
sous-développement.
underdevelopment,
Malgré la
and poverty.
mobilisation qui s'en est suivie, il nous faut
Despite the
cependant
mobilization
admettre
that
que
followed,
le bilan
we must
global est mitigé.
admit that the
Les progrès
global
obtenus sont inégaux,
results
en
are
particulier
mitigated.
en Afrique et dans les pays
In
les moins avancés.
Africa and the least developed countries,
L'inadéquation
results
avec
are not
les
as
réalités
significant.
structurelles et économiques de
There
nos
are
pays,
issues with
ainsi
the
que les
structural,
mécanismes de
economic
financement proposés
infrastructure
n'ont
of our
pas
countries,
favorisé
and in
l'atteinte
times
de
this did not reach
certaines de
the
ces ces objectifs.
achievement
Monsieur le
of
Président,
certain goals.
il me plaît de relever des avancées
President,
significatives
here I wish
grâce
to
à la mise en œuvre de
highlight
ces objectifs
significant
au niveau
progress
national,
made at the
régional
national,
et mondial.
regional, and global
Le
level
Gabon s'est
through
inscrit
these
dans cette
goals.
dynamique au
Gabon
regard des résultats probants
was
que nous
working
avons obtenus
towards
dans ce
significant
processus
results through
avec
this
le concours de la
process
société civile.
with the support of civil
En matière
society.
d'éducation, le taux de
In
scolarisation
education,
atteint
the
plus de
rate of
96%
school attendance
et se trouve être l'un des
almost
plus élevés sur notre
97%,
continent.
and it is one of the highest on
La
our
parité
continent.
filles-garçons au niveau de l'éducation
Gender
primaire et
equality
secondaire
in education
est un
at the
acquis.
primary and secondary
Dans le domaine de la
level
santé,
is
mon pays a enregistré des
accomplished,
progrès
and in
remarquables
healthcare we have made
dans la
significant
réduction de la
progress
mortalité
in
maternelle
maternal
ainsi que dans la baisse de la
mortality
mortalité
as
des
well as a
enfants de moins de 5 ans.
decrease in
Les
mortality
tendances du
for
VIH
children
sida
under
ont
the
été
age of
inversées
5.
et la
The
progression de la
trends
maladie a
in
été réduite
HIV/AIDS
de
were
façon
reversed.
significative.
And
A elle aussi
solidarity
connu des avancées
strategy at the
d'assurance
national level
maladie universelle
with a
et
universal
l'accès
healthcare
aux minima sociaux
plan and access
particulièrement
to
orientés
social
vers les
services
personnes les
strictly
plus
focused
vulnérables.
on the most vulnerable
Mon
part
pays
of
se
the
réjouit.
population. My
Il se réjouit
country
donc de la portée de ce nouveau programme
thus is pleased to
qui
see this new agenda,
qui traduit cette volonté commune
which
et unanime
translates
pour
this
instaurer un
unanimous
nouveau partenariat mondial
global
avec pour objectif
will
d'aller
towards
au-delà des
moving
objectifs précédents.
beyond the previous goals.
Le Gabon, par ma voix, salue
Gabon,
la prise en compte de
through
ce
me, welcomes
nouvel agenda des priorités de la
this
position
new
commune
agenda
africaine
of the
adoptée par
common
l'Union africaine en janvier 2014.
Priorities for Africa,
Et
which
je
was
suis d'autant
adopted
plus
in
heureux que les
January
principaux
2014, and I'm
objectifs
also
qui y sont
happy that the
contenus
main goals
figurent dans le plan de
contained in
développement
that
pour faire du
agenda
Gabon un pays émergent à
are
l'horizon
included in
2025.
Gabon's plans to
Enfin,
strengthen
le dynamisme et la formation
opportunities for youth.
adéquate
And finally,
de notre jeunesse
to
doivent
improve the
sans
conditions
nul
for
doute
our youth.
aider à faire accélérer la
Will
transformation
lead to the
structurelle
acceleration
de nos
of
économies
structural
afin
transformation of our
d'inscrire
economy
définitivement nos
so as
pays
to
sur la voie
definitively
d'un développement durable.
place our
Cette
country on
politique
the
de
path towards sustainable
diversification
development. This
a amené mon
diversity
gouvernement à
has
accorder
allowed
une
my
attention
government
toute
to
particulière au développement de
particularly
l'agriculture
focus
et de
on
l'élevage.
developing
C'est tout le sens que je donne
agriculture
au
and
nouveau
livestock.
programme agricole
This
des
is why we
graines,
have a new
dont l'objectif est de garantir
program
la
for
sécurité alimentaire.
agriculture within
Il est aussi
the
la clé de
area
notre politique
of food security.
d'industrialisation
We're
du
also
secteur
improving
agricole.
the
Il
agricultural
ambitionne de
sector
développer 200 000 hectares
to
et créer
develop
plus de 20 000 emplois.
200,000 hectares
Monsieur le
of land
Président,
and to create more
il
than
est évident que tous ces
many
efforts ne
thousand
peuvent
new
véritablement
jobs.
prospérer que
So that
dans
states
un environnement
can
politique,
prosper in the
économique
future,
et social
there must
où
be an
règne la bonne
economic,
gouvernance
social, and
et la paix.
political
Pour ce
situation
faire,
that
mon
where
pays s'est doté
peace is
d'instruments institutionnels pour
peace
garantir la
reigns.
transparence et l'obligation de
Therefore, my
réduction
country has
dans la
implemented
gestion des deniers publics. J'ai fait de la
programs for
lutte contre la corruption et
transparency
le
in
détournement des
public
deniers publics
policy.
un objectif stratégique
This is a
prioritaire.
strategic
À
and
cet effet,
priority goal
une
for my
juridiction
country.
spéciale
Therefore,
chargée de la
special
délinquance économique et financière et des grands
institution
trafics
working
a été mise en place.
to
Comme
combat
vous le
trafficking
savez,
has been put into place.
l'amélioration du
As you
climat des
know,
affaires est
improving
une des clés
business
est une des clés pour la
climate is one
confiance
of the
et
keys for
l'attraction des
confidence and
investissements privés,
attracting public
désormais
investment.
indispensable au
This
succès
is now
de nos programmes
essential
de
for
développement.
the success of our development
Monsieur le Président,
programs.
l'engagement
Mr.
du Gabon
President, the
en matière
commitment
de
of
lutte contre
Gabon
le changement climatique
in
reste
combating
constant,
climate change
compte tenu de
remains
la gravité du
constant,
phénomène
taking
pour le
into account
développement, la
the
paix et la sécurité dans le monde.
grave nature of this
Mon pays
phenomenon for the
continuera à
development, peace and
apporter sa
security in the
contribution aux
world.
efforts de
My
la communauté
country will
internationale
continue to bring its
pour
contributions
l'adoption à
to
Paris
efforts
d'un
in the
accord
international
universel et
community, the
contraignant
adoption in
pour
Paris
limiter la
of a
hausse des
universal
températures
and
à 2 degrés
binding
centigrades.
accord to
C'est dans
eliminate
ce
the increase
sens
in
que mon
temperatures to
pays
2 degrees
organise
centigrade. In the
demain
my
27
country
septembre
will
2015 un
organize
événement de haut
tomorrow, the
niveau
27th
sur
of
cette
September
importante question.
2015, a high-level
Car nous
event on
devons
this important
travailler
issue because we must
la main dans la main
work
avec le
hand
même
in hand
objectif,
with the same
celui
goal,
de préserver
that
l'environnement de
to
la
protect
planète
the
pour
environment
le bien
of
de
the planet
l'humanité.
for the good of
Les efforts du
humanity.
programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030 que nous
Goals
venons
for the
d'adopter nous
sustainable
obligent donc,
development
Monsieur le Président,
for
à
2030,
renforcer
which we have
la
just
coopération
adopted,
internationale.
force us,
Une
Mr.
coopération
President, to strengthen international
internationale
cooperation,
nouvelle,
new international
refondée
cooperation,
et qui réaffirme notre
recreated,
conviction
that
que toutes les
reaffirms our
générations
conviction that all generations belong to the same human community and that they aspire to the same happiness. And I thank you.
I thank the President of the Gabonese Republic for his statement. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Thomas Hendrik Ilves, President of the Republic of Estonia.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial year of global action towards a sustainable world. The historic agreement on Sustainable Development Goals has been reached. For the first time, all countries in the world have agreed at the UN level to set the same Sustainable Development Goals, regardless of their size or level of development. This universal and highly ambitious agenda follows and expands on the Millennium Development Goals. The global challenges we face are complex, yet they are interlinked. The risks of armed conflicts and crises, forced migration, weak economies, just to name a few, are all closely linked together. The current refugee crises are not only about emergencies, but also about a lack of long-term and lasting solutions. The main strength of the SDGs is their comprehensiveness. We can tackle the challenges successfully together only by recognizing their complexity. Peace and security is the first pillar and basic prerequisite for sustainable development. And here we struggle with many urgent challenges in Syria and in Ukraine. Another pillar is addressing natural catastrophes. That's why climate change has a prominent place in our agenda this year. We have high expectations for reaching a new agreement on the Climate Change Convention at the Paris Climate Conference in December. Ladies and gentlemen, agreeing on SDGs is not purely a theoretical process. The key is turning them into strong public policies. It is first and foremost in the hands of governments to pave the way towards sustained economic growth and human development. Both are dependent on good governance, strong and accountable institutions, the rule of law, and adherence to universally agreed upon human rights for all, women and girls included. Freedom of expression and association, access to independent media, including social media and the internet, are integral parts of good governance and the rule of law. These, together with a transparent and efficient legal environment and fighting corruption, increase competitiveness, create new jobs and innovation. They also raise the well-being of individuals and strengthen their connection with the state. Thus, sustainability has to start at home for it to work on a global scale. Governments, their agencies and ministries, together with the private sector and civil society, should come together and discuss the implications of SDGs for their policies. Estonia also faces its own challenges, and we look forward to working on them within the newly agreed framework. I am a strong advocate of opportunities that information and communication technology can provide for development. What, for example, if it took you less than 5 minutes and no accountants to get your taxes done? What if 95% of your citizens declare their income online and bring tax administration costs down to only 0.3% of net tax revenues? All of these issues, signing business contracts or official documents digitally without leaving your office or scheduling a notary appointment, are all possible in Estonia, where we began to use ICT solutions actively when the Millennium Development Goals were discussed 15 years ago and when we had rather limited resources available. Today, many see us as one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world. Our public sector has been crucial in providing a favorable legislative environment, but also in funding the country's key technology infrastructure and providing online electronic services to individuals and businesses. We have learned that the smart use of the internet and digital technology can be essential drivers for economic growth and human development. We also know that if we want the digital era to become a true success for each country and each member of the society, we require strong public policies, something that only governments can provide. We in Estonia are ready to cooperate with other countries where our experience and knowledge is needed and would have or provide added value. It is time for world leaders to place the potential of digital technologies at the top of the development agenda. I'm glad to co-chair the advisory panel of the World Bank's World Development Report 2016. The report, titled Digital Dividends, will be the World Bank's most influential report next year. It examines how the Internet can be a force for development and asks, importantly, what is required to unlock the potential of still largely unrealized digital technologies. I would invite you at this point to continue to discuss these issues tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Conference Room 3 at the high-level panel discussion on development in the digital age. In conclusion, pacta sunt servanda, agreements must be kept, and no one should be left behind. I thank you all.
I thank the President of the Republic of Estonia for his statement. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Boni Yayi, President of the Republic of Benin.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
Mr. President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense pleasure for me to take the floor at this time on behalf of the least developed countries, the LDCs, at this summit, which marks the end of a long process of intergovernmental negotiations, the mandate of which was established right here in September 2013 during the special session of the General Assembly on the Millennium Development Goals. And as agreed, Mr. President, we have come together now to adopt a new development agenda for the post-2015 period. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate the co-facilitators and all stakeholders who have worked so hard in order to reach the adoption by consensus of a new development agenda which is ambitious but realistic, the main goal of which is to realize sustainable development by 2030. On the basis of the experience obtained during the implementation of the MDGs and finding inspiration in the commitments taken at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio +20, and all the entire global process toward the well-being of mankind, the Agenda 2030 to transform our world harmoniously brings together the three dimensions of sustainable development: inclusive economic growth, social sustainability, and the protection of the environment for the interests of present and future generations. It is up to us now, Mr. President, to devote our energies and to bring our resources together to ensure the implementation of the 17 goals of sustainable development while taking into account the Addis Ababa Program of Action. With the Sustainable Development Goals, we will be able to speed up our efforts to build what was left undone from
Si
the
nous nous y
MDGs.
attelons,
If we
des catalyseurs
follow this
puissants pour
path,
rappeler
we
le genre
will
humain au centre de toutes nos politiques et stratégies,
include
car
in all our
ils
policies
ont le
and
potentiel
strategies
non
the
seulement de
human
transformer
person,
nos vies,
because
mais également de
they
protéger
not
notre
only represent
planète
the potential,
grâce
but
à la
also it will
restauration
enable us to
de la
protect our
dignité
planet
humaine,
by
la
restoring human
la prospérité
dignity,
partagée et l'accès
prosperity,
équitable
shared
à la justice
prosperity,
pour tous les
as
êtres
well
humains.
as
Monsieur le
justice for all
Président,
human
Mesdames et
persons.
Messieurs,
Mr.
les chefs
President,
d'État et de
ladies
gouvernement, chefs
and
de délégation,
gentlemen, heads
les
of
PMA par ma
state,
voix
government and
voudraient appeler
delegation,
votre attention sur l'importance de la
the
prise en compte de
LDCs
la
would like to draw your
spécificité des
attention
pays
to the
vulnérables
specificity of
en cette
vulnerable
veille
countries.
de la 21e conférence
On
des
the
parties
eve
à
of
la
the
Convention cadre des Nations
21st
Unies
Conference
sur les changements climatiques
on
qui aura lieu à
climate
Paris
change to be
en décembre
held in
2015.
Paris in
La prise
December
en compte des priorités
2015,
des États
taking into
dans les
account the
stratégies
priorities of
d'impulsion
states
du
as part of
développement
the
des
strategy
PMA
to promote
doit être le socle de toute action future.
LDCs
En
should be
effet,
part of any
les
future
PMA étant
action.
très peu émetteurs de gaz à effet de
LDCs,
serre, mais subissant de plein fouet les affres de la modification du climat, doivent
create
bénéficier d'une
greenhouse
attention
gases, but they
particulière
must be given
devant leur
particular
permettre de se préparer pour mieux s'adapter à
to
travers des programmes et
prepare
projets
through
sobres en carbone
adaptation
et résilients
to low
aux effets
carbon
néfastes des
projects
changements
with
climatiques.
resiliency.
Je voudrais pour finir,
I
Monsieur le
would
Président,
like to conclude,
réitérer
Mr.
l'engagement
President, by
des
reiterating
pays les
the
moins
commitment
avancés
of the
à s'approprier,
LDCs
conduire et
to
assumer
take ownership
leur propre développement
of their
à
own
travers la prise de mesures
development
hardies dans les
by
domaines
taking
de la
difficult
gouvernance,
measures in the
la
areas of
transparence, la
governance,
lutte contre la corruption,
transparency, the
l'équité
fight against
et la
corruption,
mobilisation des
equity,
ressources
and the
internes. Je
mobilization
vous
of
remercie de
domestic
votre aimable
resources.
attention, Monsieur le
Thank
Président.
you for your kind attention.
De la République du Bénin de son allocution.
Thank the President of the Republic of Benin for his
L'Assemblée va
statement. The Assembly will
entendre
now
à présent
hear
l'allocution de son Excellence
an address from
Ibrahim
His Excellency
Boubacar Keïta,
Ibrahim Boubacar
président de la
Keïta,
République
the
du
President
Mali.
of the Republic of Mali.
El acceso a fuentes de financiamiento. Para ello contamos con el respaldo de abundantes recursos naturales, riquezas que deben servirnos como fuente inicial para superar el extractivismo y alcanzar el estadio superior de sociedades del conocimiento sustentables y productoras de bienes y servicios con alto componente de valor agregado. Desde esta perspectiva, propusimos el Plan de Cooperación 2015-2019 entre CELAC y China, una cooperación hacia la generación de conocimientos para el desarrollo, la transformación productiva, la conservación y renovación de los bienes ambientales. Queridos colegas, desde el norte, más que cooperación en la forma tradicionalmente entendida, requeriríamos de la eliminación de restricciones externas de las cuales nos habló el estructuralismo latinoamericano y la teoría de la dependencia, restricciones tales como la injusta división internacional del trabajo o el intercambio desigual. Si antes éramos nosotros quienes producíamos las materias primas y los países hegemónicos quienes producían los bienes industriales con un alto valor agregado, ahora la nueva e injusta división internacional del trabajo consiste en que ellos generan el conocimiento, al cual privatizan, y nosotros bienes ambientales que continúan siendo bienes públicos globales gratuitos. Solo compensando esos bienes ambientales no tendríamos ya más necesidad de financiamiento para el desarrollo. Sabemos que en las condiciones actuales de la humanidad todo esto es tan solo una utopía.
Por ello, los países soberanos del sur debemos buscar nuestra propia cooperación entendida como un intercambio basado en la solidaridad, la equidad, el respeto, la corresponsabilidad y la justicia. Sin embargo, no debemos olvidar que la mayor cooperación sur-sur es el obrar juntos para superar un orden mundial absolutamente injusto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Correa. To take the floor on behalf of Latin America and Caribbean states, in recent years, the overall cooperation between China and Latin America has been raised to new heights, and I'm confident the China-Latin American cooperation will provide a new and fine example for the cooperation among developing states. Now, I would like to give the floor to President Buhari of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, President of the People's Republic of China, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the government of the People's Republic of China and the United Nations for organizing this important round table. This meeting is important because it represents an opportunity to exchange views on how to strengthen South-South cooperation in the implementation of the post-2015 development agenda. Nigeria values South-South cooperation. It is the embodiment of the principles of solidarity and unity that define the common goals and aspirations of developing countries. It provides an important platform for developing countries to engage in mutually beneficial economic and technological cooperation. The global political and economic reality suggests urgency for greater collaboration among the global South. Therefore, in strengthening South-South partnership to become the effective mechanism of change, we envisage the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals provide the unique platform to find the adaptable development solutions among developing countries. The changing patterns of global development, driven largely by the remarkable turnaround of the leading economies of the South, underscore the importance of the South in shaping the world economic order. Countries of the South must increase their collaborative processes to share knowledge and understand the lessons from the socio-economic performance of key southern economies. Building strong partnerships requires a political will and a conscious approach to the exchange of human, scientific, and technical knowledge between developing countries. We must be innovative in strengthening South-South trade, promote the transfer of environmentally sound technologies, and enhance the implementation of effective capacity development mechanisms. The global South must not be complacent regarding the promotion of a universal, rules-based, open, and equitable multilateral trading system, including through the conclusion of the Doha Development Agenda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Nigeria remains firmly committed to building value-driven partnerships with countries of the South. As a demonstration of this, in 1976, we established the Nigerian Trust Fund at the African Development Bank as a self-sustaining revolving fund to support African countries with concessional financing. Since 1987, we established and deployed Nigerian professional volunteers to countries of the South under the Technical Aid Corps. We have strongly supported South-South cooperation and will continue to do so. As we seek to strengthen South-South cooperation, we must not lose sight of the continued relevance of North-South cooperation. It should be noted that official development assistance must supplement greater flexibility and improvement in the terms of trade enjoyed by southern economies. This will be a vital tool in the implementation of the post-2015 development agenda. However, we would like to see this executed in a manner that does not create a dependency syndrome. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a strengthened global South will enhance global macroeconomic and political stability if greater policy cohesion and coordination is embraced by all. It will also open up the space for public-private partnership and greater inroads for the private sector. With the renewal of our common commitment, we can harness and leverage southern partnerships for consolidation and growth. I am confident that South-South cooperation will serve as an important building block for our collective development and strengthen the means of implementing the new Sustainable Development Agenda. We must also remember that profiles of southern economies are fundamentally different from northern industrial economies. Our focus, therefore, should be on a quality technological education for development. In addition, employment for our teeming youth should, above all, be addressed to ensure social peace and general well-being of our countries. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Buhari, for your remarks. After these remarks, we further firmed up our confidence in future African development prospects. Now I would like to give the floor to Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan.
President Xi Jinping, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our gathering today comes at a pivotal moment. Together, we have put in enormous efforts to make the post-2015 development agenda responsive to our challenges and aspirations. Unity of purpose and a shared vision for prosperity has been our lodestar. Mr. President, South-South cooperation is unique, for it is cooperation among equals based on solidarity. Its role in promoting development and resilience in our countries is significant. The 2008 global economic crisis reinforced the potential of South-South cooperation and induced the spirit of collective self-reliance. South-South trade flows have been enhanced tremendously as a consequence of trade liberalization and enhanced connectivity. Intra-South trade is now estimated to be over US $4 trillion. Investment flows to developing countries are on the rise. They account for over 50% of the global foreign direct investment. Almost a third originated from the South. This dynamism has vastly increased the scope of cooperation among our countries. Mr. President, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is an inspiring model of South-South cooperation. It will bring huge economic and development benefits not just to our two countries, but the entire region, and beyond. The project forms an important component of President Xi Jinping's One Belt, One Road initiative. We greatly admire the vision underlying this initiative. This development strategy and framework offers new opportunities for Asia's transformation and prosperity. Mr. President, Pakistan is also extending training and technical support to developing countries in a number of diverse fields. Our Specialized Technical Assistance Program for Africa dates back to 1986. It is an institutionalized and fully funded program. Our Foreign Service Academy in Islamabad has been offering training facilities to our friends in Africa, Central Asia, and other regions. We are actively engaged with regional organizations, including SAARC, ECO, ACD, and the D8, based on our vision to strengthen regional and economic integration. Mr. President, South-South cooperation will remain an essential facet of this partnership. We need to make use of the South-South potential optimally within the framework of a long-term vision. The established principles and provisions of South-South cooperation should continue to guide this collaborative framework. Enhanced South-South cooperation in trade, investment, human resource development, technology, and financial resource generation is in our interest. This will ensure a prosperous future for our people. Business and private sectors also have an important role in promoting economic opportunities, innovation, and high-impact solutions. Mr. President, we support integration of South-South and trying programs. Further strengthening of institutional support from the United Nations system will help maximize the impact of South-South cooperation. Such an approach will help sustain our development efforts and ensure enhanced participation of developing countries in the global economy in conformity with the new agenda. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Prime Minister Sharif, for your remarks. The China-Pakistan economic corridor development and cross-border connectivity have accumulated a lot of good cooperation experience, and we can share with other developing countries on those experiences. Now, I would like to give the floor to Prime Minister of Malaysia, Prime Minister Najib.
Mr. Chairman, President of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Mr. Xi Jinping, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South-South cooperation has a long history, has been important in creating innovative approaches to partnership and international development. I'm proud to say that Malaysia has played its part from early on, as it has in other groups of developing countries, such as the Non-Aligned Movement and the G77. From 1980 onwards, Malaysia has shown its support and participation, in particular through the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program. Over those 35 years, we have been assisting less developed countries in areas such as economic planning, finance and trade, agriculture, education, industrial technical training, and diplomacy. To date, we have allocated $200 million to this program and has benefited 29,000 participants from 141 countries. Malaysia remains ready to continue to share our development experience, even as we ourselves are on track to reach high income status by 2020. And as ASEAN establishes itself as a community under Malaysia's chairmanship by the end of the year, I am confident that it will only strengthen both what Malaysia and ASEAN can do to contribute to South-South cooperation. Mr. Chairman, in order for us to play a more constructive role in the implementation of the rest of the MDGs and for the optimum realization of the post-2015 development agenda, it is crucial for South-South countries to adopt a common position on global sustainable development. Mr. Chairman, I believe there is a famous Chinese saying that goes, when people work with one mind, they can even move Mount Tai. If we can achieve this, South-South cooperation could be a valuable way for developing countries to be truly heard when dealing with international organizations, including the United Nations and its organs, standing united and with accurate diagnosis of the issues faced by developing countries. We in Malaysia, for instance, believe that South-South cooperation could help reinforce the emphasis on building the resilience of the poor and vulnerable, in particular those in the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. They especially need help to reducing their exposure to climate-related natural and economic shocks. That is why my government set up a cooperative trust fund jointly with UNESCO in order to build capacity in education and science in those countries. With greater focus and togetherness, South-South cooperation could make a strong contribution to debate over existing international norms in the areas of economics and finance. We all want fair, inclusive, and orderly international institutions and financial system. As this change and come to be reformed in the 21st century, it is important that the voice of the South, which was not heard in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, as many countries were not yet independent, be given appropriate weight. The Sustainable Development Goals look forward to 2030. What the world will be like then, we cannot know for sure. What we do know, however, is that the Global South will have continued its rise and that many of the policy challenges will be a cross-border, even cross-continental nature. Ending poverty and hunger, raising standards in education and health, protecting our oceans, seas, and forests, dealing with climate change, and making our lived environments more sustainable. All of this along with ensuring our growth is inclusive and equitable, and that we empower women of our societies disproportionately affect the countries of the South. Before I conclude, let me join my colleagues to congratulate President Xi Jinping for his steadfast commitment to South-South cooperation and for making very generous, concrete, action-oriented proposals which will yield positive results. It is our interest, therefore, to strengthen South-South cooperation and to work as one with all our United Nations to make the Sustainable Development Goals a success. We owe nothing less to our peoples and to the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Najib. In recent years, the ASEAN development has been active and fruitful. To use one sentence, its integration process has continued to speed up, and we hope that China-ASEAN cooperation will continue to deepen and introduce the development experience of this region to more outside developing countries. And now I would like to give the floor to Prime Minister Deyab of Samoa.
Your Excellency, Mr. Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful of the opportunity to be part of this high-level event on South-South cooperation. Yesterday, we adopted a new global agenda. To implement it so that our people's aspirations are met and their hopes realized, we need sufficient and adequate resources at our disposal. Partnership is one of the key means of implementation to achieve our development agenda. The focus of our event on South-South cooperation is very timely. Samoa is a beneficiary of a very generous South-South cooperation transfers, and we applaud your leadership, Mr. President, and of the tremendous work and contributions of the government of China in promoting and implementing South-South cooperation. Last year, Samoa graduated from the category of least developed countries. This would not have been possible without the support of a wide array of partners, some of whom, including China, are themselves developing countries. Our graduation is a strong testimony to the important role partnerships played in our journey as a developing island state. We also know well that these partnerships will remain important into the future as we try to adjust and keep up with the fast and increasing pace of change in today's world. Grounded on Samoa's experience with successful partnerships and the key contributions they make to sustainable development, Samoa proposed as the theme for the United Nations Third SETS conference last year, the sustainable development of SETS through genuine and durable partnerships. The outcome of the SETS conference, the Samoa Pathway, endorsed partnerships as one of the important means of implementation and also called for enhanced international cooperation that included South-South cooperation as a complement to and not as a substitute to the North-South cooperation. South-South cooperation is an important instrument to implement the SDGs, and from a SETS point of view, we would seek and encourage programs that are premised on effective partnering and results focus, particularly those that build and support the resilience of our countries to lessen the impacts of harmful exogenous factors like climate change or global financial crisis. As a small island developing state, everything is relative. A few $1,000s project can be a drop in the ocean for the bigger, well-resourced developing countries. The same amount can be spent on a small solar power project, water supply, or farming equipment, which can have transformational impact on the lives of a village or a rural community in Samoa, or in another sense, that never beforehand had access to electricity or even a steady water supply. No South-South partnership is too small or insignificant to count, and not all partnerships should be through financial monetary resources, technical assistance, through capacity building, knowledge and exchange of ideas, transfer of appropriate, proven and affordable technologies will be just as valuable. The measure of success of our cooperation should not be based on the level of financial resources provided, but rather on the quality of service or project. It is critical to highlight that the on-the-ground impact is what counts the most. This should be the focus when we are implementing the new Sustainable Development Agenda. We should also avoid a one-size-fits-all approach. As we well know, no two countries are the same, and that each has its unique and special circumstances, even amongst developing countries, LDCs, LLDCs, or SETS. Mr. President, South-South cooperation gives Samoa an important opportunity to benefit from the relevant knowledge and experience of other developing countries that help us to avoid mistakes when we confront new challenges. Samoa has benefited under the South-South cooperation mechanism and continues to support it as an important and critical aspect of the international development assistance architecture.
For our own small contribution to South-South cooperation, Samoa provides placements in our government ministries for officers from our Pacific Island countries to observe and gain experience in our systems that may be appropriate to transfer and apply in their own respective governments and administrations. Therefore, we strongly urge the UN systems and the international financial institutions to increase its support to South-South cooperation, an existing instrument that we know from our experience can bring a transformational change to the lives of people in developing nations and sets such as Samoa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. 对于阿拉帕总理的发言，去年的话，这个萨摩亚成功的举办了小岛屿国家的国际会议，我们愿意同各国一道努力共同来积极落实这个会议成果，帮助小岛屿国家可持续的发展。下面请孟加拉国总理哈希娜女士发言。
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. I join others in thanking the President Xi Jinping for hosting this important roundtable. Yesterday, we adopted a new development agenda. It is particularly relevant to the countries of the South. Despite remarkable progress, our countries still face challenges of inequality, illiteracy, and underdevelopment. Our countries may differ in size, strength, or level of development, but we share a common development vision. With this in mind, we hosted a high-level meeting on South-South cooperation and development in Dhaka earlier this year. The meeting focused on financing South-South initiatives and technology transfer within the South. Regional cooperation in the South is focusing on forging physical connectivity across borders. We also see new patterns of trade, investment, and other economic activities emerging among countries of the South. The establishment of the BRIC banks and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is a positive development in this respect. In Bangladesh, we have a range of good practices on poverty alleviation, social protection, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, non-formal education, primary health care delivery, food security, sustainable fisheries, access to ICT, and mainstreaming migration for development. We stand ready to share these experiences with other countries. Mr. President, let me emphasize that South-South cooperation can also foster durable peace and security. The volatile global security situation, violent extremism continue to pose significant challenge to sustainable development in the South. Let us therefore commit ourselves to promote South-South and triangular cooperation to ensure shared prosperity, sustainable development, and a life of dignity for all. Mr. President, I especially thanks to you for the offer you made. Your offer is very pragmatic. You offer money and project for South-South cooperation. I welcome the idea and thanks President of China for the offer. Especially the area you identified, like agriculture, healthcare, education, etc. It will contribute to reduce poverty and give opportunity for development of the developing countries. So I thanks President Xi Jinping for his proposal. It is very, very pragmatic proposal. So thank you very much for all. So I thank you all. So again, I wish a success of this meeting. Thank you very much.
感谢哈辛娜总理的发言。孟加拉是作为联大的南南合作高级别委员会的主席，也为推进南南合作付出了很大的努力，取得了很多的成绩，我们深表感谢。下面请丹麦首相拉斯穆森先生发言。
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. First of all, I would like to thank the People's Republic of China and the United Nations for hosting this very important roundtable. Yesterday, I had the great honor to co-chair with the President from Uganda the summit while we adopted the new Sustainable Development Goals. And now it's time for implementation. And South-South cooperation is increasingly important for us to deliver on these goals towards 2030. The Millennium Development Goals have been a success. 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. And this shows that progress is indeed possible with strong political will and if you set clear goals and targets. But of course also thanks to better conditions for economic growth. China alone has managed to lift hundreds of millions out of poverty. And today China is an increasingly important provider of development assistance. And I think we should applaud China for this, and I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, for all you have achieved in this regard. I would also like to welcome China's announcement to increase funding in support of other developing countries to combat climate change and implement the development agenda, and for all the concrete proposals you have brought to the table during this meeting. It has been underlined, it has been emphasized by many of my colleagues who have had the floor until now that South-South cooperation should be a complement and not a substitute to North-South cooperation. And I can assure you, Mr. President, that Denmark will remain committed to the UN target of providing 0.7% of our gross national income to ODA, and I urge other prosperous countries to follow suit. The Sustainable Development Goals carry a multi-trillion-dollar price tag, far beyond the scope of aid. And that is one of the reasons why we must engage the private sector more in development cooperation. In recent years, South-South cooperation has taken off quickly. We have seen increased trade and flows of foreign direct investments, more technology transfer, and swift exchange of solutions and expertise across countries in the South. And that is indeed very, very positive. Donors also have a role to play in making growth inclusive and sustainable. And I would like to highlight just one example where Denmark has initiated a pilot project on trilateral or angular South-South cooperation together with China, Ghana, Zambia, and the UNDP. This project seeks to transfer renewable energy technology from China to Ghana and Zambia. The UNDP has successful experience in building know-how and best practices. China has good expertise in rural electrification and related technologies. And Denmark funds the project through UNDP. We have long, even though we are a small country, we have long experience in building local ownership, training experts, and creating sustainable projects. And I believe we can all learn much from each other and find new ways to cooperate on projects like this. Through trilateral cooperation, we aim a kind of win-win-win solution. One, we give the local population better access to renewable energy like biogas, solar and wind power. And secondly, we fight climate change through transfer of renewable energy technology. And as number three, we create new permanent jobs by involving the private sector. So it's truly a win-win-win solution. The experiences from this project can hopefully improve the design of similar projects in the future. It illustrates that South-South cooperation can offer new avenues for technical collaboration on the ground, and it shows that traditional donors like Denmark can contribute in a new and constructive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister Rasmussen, for your remarks.
这个丹麦是落实官方发展援助占国民收入0.7%，做的这个很好的国家，这个中方对此呢是表示赞赏。那么我们也相信呢，丹麦作为这个第70届的人大主席，在落实2015年后发展议程中会做出新的更大的贡献。下面就请印尼副总统卡拉先生发言。
His Excellency Mr. Xi Jinping, President of People's Republic of China, Excellencies, Head of State and Head of Governments, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to begin by thanking our chair, Mr. Excellency Mr. Jinping, and the government of People of Republic of China of the initiative and excellent organization of this meeting. Excellencies, today's meeting is about injection of new dynamism into South-South cooperation to implement the post-2015 development agenda. It is Indonesia's perspective that as a mandate of the 1955 ASEAN-Africa Conference, South-South cooperation is manifestation of solidarity among developing countries. The 1955 Bandung Conference was held as a response of the challenge of that time, particularly that of colonialisms and imperialisms, as well as the ideological divide of the Cold War. By forging ASEAN-African solidarity, our then still weak nation were able to stand tall and to be counted in the global arena. Among others, by charting an independence course with development of non-alliance movement. The 2015 ASEAN-African Conference held in Indonesia last April was held celebrated this can-do spirit as well as a revitalization of new ASEAN-African strategic partnership and advanced South-South and triangles cooperation. To be relevant, South-South cooperation must be able to respond to the current challenge we face, include continuing global economic volatility, growing development gap between countries and within countries, energy and food scarcity, climate change, and the threat of radicalisms and violent extremism. We must strengthen economic cooperation between member states in the areas of trade and investment, as well as in technical exchange. Given the potential that we have closer, South-South cooperation can yield significant social economic benefit, which could give better equality to its members. We should also learn from each other and share best practices in dealing with internal conflict and the threat of radicalisms and violent extremism. As far as possible, we must try our utmost to resolve conflict through peaceful means. After all, peace and development is indivisible. Through South-South countries of Global South can also enhance our respective capacities and support each other in various international negotiations. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, South-South hold a pivotal role in realizing the new development agenda due to its flexibility. Moreover, the availability of national capacities of the Global South for peer learning has also increased significantly. For instance, in 1995, the NAM Centers of South-South Technical Cooperation was established in Indonesia to accelerate development in developing countries through various activities, including expert exchange, technical information, and facility sharing, training, and apprenticeship. To date, Indonesia has conducted around 400 capacity development training programs for more than 4,000 participants from countries across Asia Pacific, Africa, and Latin America. It is indeed our firm views that South-South cooperation continue to hold a key position in bringing together various stakeholders from Global South in the form of global partnership. Technical, financial, and joint development activities in South-South cooperation should therefore further incorporate multi-stakeholder effort, including public-private partnership. As you might be well aware, that 2015 ASEAN-African Conference, Indonesia had committed to establish the ASEAN-African Center in the very near future. The center is intended to be institutional support to follow up the new ASEAN-African strategic partnership in multiple areas of interaction, such G2G, B2B, and people-to-people. Excellencies, the 17th United Nations General Assembly is marked by a commitment to action. Corresponding to this, we shall consider South-South cooperation as vehicle to meet our new development aspiration. Together, let us tailor South-South cooperation to suit the post-2015 development agenda. We appreciated proposal of our Mr. President of People's Republic of China to enhance, to support, and more effort to and resources to reach objective of South-South cooperation. I thank you.
感谢卡拉副总统的发言。
Vice President Kala for your
感谢
remarks.
印尼为促进亚
Thank
太地区
Indonesia
的
for
互
the
联互
positive
通、
role that it has
此
made
区
to
的贸
promote
易便利
Asia-Pacific
化、
connectivity, to raise
自由
the
化这方面发挥了
sub-regional
积
trade
极作用。
liberalization and facilitation.
下面呢，
Now,
请尼泊尔副
I
总
would
理
like to give the
曼辛
floor
格
to
先生
Deputy
发
Prime
言。
Minister of Nepal, Mr. Man Singh, please.
Your Excellency, the President of People's Republic of China, Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am greatly honored to have this opportunity to share my perspectives on an important theme of strengthening South-South cooperation in the framework of post-2015 development agenda. At the outset, I wish to sincerely commend the important initiative taken by President of People's Republic of China, His Excellency Mr. Xi Jinping, and Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, for hosting this high-level roundtable on such a relevant topic at a time when the global leaders have just adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I am confident that today's deliberations will significantly contribute towards promoting the spirit of South-South cooperation and strengthening the work of the Global South for the effective implementation of the newly adopted agenda. Mr. President, South-South cooperation symbolizes the solidarity, partnership, and cooperation among developing and the least developing countries. The significance of South-South cooperation continues to evolve satisfactorily. It has been made possible by the remarkable growth and prosperity attained by some fellow members of the South, given their willingness to contribute and assume leadership role. The leading members of the South also have the potential to change the nature, scope, and dynamics of South-South cooperation. Excellencies, the common challenges of socio-economic development, together with the negative impacts of climate change, confronting the countries of South, continue to call for concerted and collaborative efforts at all possible fronts: South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation. South-South cooperation among them offers opportunities and means to sustain development gains through synergies and complementarities while preserving necessary policy space. In view of the greater scope for the South-South flow of trade, investment, and tourism, the South necessary impetus to South-South cooperation. Mr. Chairman, Nepal is humbled by the generous support it receives from all friends and development partners in the aftermath of the recent devastating earthquakes, including during the International Conference on Nepal's Reconstruction. It has demonstrated a strong promise for South-South cooperation, both for immediate rescue and relief works, as well as for the rebuilding and reconstruction works in the longer term. In fact, the swift and significant support we received from our neighbors, India and China, as well as other friends from the South, signifies the growing value and scope of South-South cooperation. I would like to express our firm belief that South-South cooperation can be further broadened and strengthened for the benefit of the countries in the South, and the challenges inherent in the implementation of the ambitious new agenda have just offered us an opportunity to do so. Before concluding, I am pleased to share with you all that we have an inclusive democratic constitution written by elected representatives of the people, which was promulgated last week on 20th September. The constitution has settled political issues, and now our focus will be on socio-economic development of the country. We thank our neighbors and friends for supporting in this historic transformation and look forward to enhanced cooperation. Thank you.
President of People's Republic of China, honorable heads of states and governments, Your Excellency Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate on behalf of the President of Brazil, Mrs. Dilma Rousseff, President Xi Jinping, on his initiative to convene this roundtable. This critical meeting allows us to evaluate South-South cooperation as a means to promote social and economic progress among developing nations. This is a special moment for discussing the prospects of South-South cooperation. The adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals is a remarkable opportunity for developing countries to share knowledge and good practices with an eye on a brighter future. Brazil made considerable progress internally in the past few decades. As a consequence, Brazil is not only receiving cooperation, but has also been assisting other developing countries through technical cooperation. When doing so, we do it in the way of the South, inspired by solidarity and driven by a spirit of horizontal engagement with our partners. The dialogue we sustain with other developing nations is based on the premise that we have much to learn from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, our common experiences motivate us to persevere to attain the main goal of the 2030 Agenda, the complete eradication of poverty and hunger. The remarkable progress our countries have made in the recent past in the fight against social exclusion is a valid compass for future action. The expansion of South-South cooperation is the result of a genuine relation of trust and mutual respect among partners, based on the common belief that together we can overcome the challenges of development through concrete actions. The outstanding strides of South-South cooperation seen in recent times do not teach us to replace but to strengthen North-South cooperation as a means to fight poverty and social inequality. The International Conference on Financing for Development in Addis Ababa stressed the need of increasing the current level of official assistance for development. The challenge we must overcome in order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is to ascribe the adequate priority in multilateral institutions and elsewhere to the agenda of economic and social development. Mr. President, the emergence of developing countries on international affairs and our growing participation in the global economy have contributed to shape a more multipolar world order. Together with South-South cooperation, the creation of the innovative financial mechanisms such as the BRICS Development Bank and the cooperation plan between CELAC and China is an important example of such. A more multipolar world leads to less injustice and inequity. Brazilian projects in fields as diverse as agriculture, health, education, and policies for social inclusion have been taken to approximately 100 developing countries, spanning from Latin America and the Caribbean to Africa and Asia. Brazil's multicultural and multi-ethnic composition has played an important role in adapting our national experience to a great diversity of local contexts all across the globe. It comes as no surprise that South-South cooperation sparks great enthusiasm in the country, mobilizing over 200 public institutions from the federal government and from subnational entities, as well as from the private sector. The Brazilian Agency for Cooperation, an agency with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is a powerful instrument the Brazilian government has to both promote Brazilian values abroad and assist other nations on their path towards development. Brazil sees itself as a stronger player in the community of nations, as a country ready to stretch a hand to those striving the hardest. Ladies and gentlemen, the current challenge for the international community is not only to further develop South-South cooperation, but also to reinforce the international coordination of our initiatives in order to optimize resources and bring about more efficient outcomes. The guiding principles of South-South cooperation, among them the recognition of local capacities, the promotion of autonomy, non-interference in local affairs of partners, and the pursuit of sustainable development, could produce even more outstanding results for those in need if our governments could coordinate strategies more closely. Let me reassure you that Brazil remains firmly committed to South-South cooperation. Together with our international partners, both in the Global South and in the North, we are continuously inspired by the goal of helping others to find prosperity, well-being, and happiness. Thank you.
感谢维埃拉外长的发言。中国和巴西呢都是金砖国家、新兴市场国家的代表。中方也愿意同巴方一道努力，推动金砖国家加强伙伴关系，帮助其他的发展国家。为此做出更大的贡献。下面呢，请贝宁的总理金索先生发言。
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to apologize for President Boni Yayi, who is currently chairing the General Assembly as we speak. So he asked me to deliver what he had prepared. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République populaire de Chine,
President of the People's Republic of
Excellences,
China,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de
Excellencies, ladies
gouvernement,
and gentlemen, heads of state
Mesdames et
and
Messieurs les
government,
chefs de
ladies and
délégation,
gentlemen, heads of delegations,
distingués invités,
distinguished guests.
je voudrais en tout premier lieu vous
First of
exprimer
all, I would like
à
to
vous
convey
et au
to
peuple
you
chinois la
and to the
reconnaissance
Chinese
du
people the
peuple
grateful
béninois
of the Benin,
et la
the gratitude of the
reconnaissance
Benin
du peuple
people
des
and
pays
the
les
gratitude
moins
of
avancés
the least developed
pour la
countries
contribution
and their people
remarquable
for
du
the
gouvernement
remarkable
de la République
contribution
populaire de
of the
Chine
government government of the People's Republic
dans
of China
la promotion
in
et le
promoting
renforcement de la
and
coopération
strengthening South-South cooperation.
Le mérite de l'initiative de cette manifestation
The
de
initiative
haut niveau
of this high-level
revient
meeting
à votre pays et
and
je vous en
its
suis
merit comes
très
to your
reconnaissant.
country, and I'm very grateful to you
Au
for
cours des
this.
dernières décennies,
Over the past few decades,
l'environnement économique
the
international
international economic
a été
environment
bouleversé
has
et
been
marqué
completely
par la
changed
montée en
and marked
puissance
by the
d'un
increase
groupe de
in
pays
power of a group
qui,
of
pays
countries.
en développement, sont
The
devenus de manière
were developing
irréversible
countries and in a
des
reversible
pays
fashion
émergents,
have now
des
become
puissances
emerging
économiques,
countries, economic
qui ont réussi à
powerhouses,
faire
and they
sur
have
la scène
managed
internationale
to
une percée considérable.
make a considerable
Ils
breakthrough on the
partageaient
international
tous cette
scene. They
caractéristique
all shared this
d'avoir un
characteristic
passé
of having
qui est commun
a past
avec le nôtre,
that they
un
shared
passé de
with
pays en
ours,
développement.
a past of being a
Ces
developing
acteurs ont
country.
changé
These stakeholders
les relations
have
économiques
changed
et commerciales,
economic and
changé
trade
la
relations,
conception de la
they
coopération,
changed the idea
changé
of cooperation,
le
they
développement du monde.
changed the development of the world.
Et ceci aussi bien sur le plan
And this,
géopolitique,
both in
sur le plan
geopolitical
culturel,
terms, in
sur le
cultural
plan
terms,
technologique,
in technological
que
terms,
sur le plan
and
strictement économique.
in strictly economic terms
C'est
too.
donc un phénomène absolument
Therefore, this has
majeur
been
qui a
a very
bénéficié
significant phenomenon.
d'une façon
This,
considérable
in a
aux pays
considerable way,
les moins avancés.
really helped least developed
Pour
countries.
avancer,
In order
les pays les
to
moins
make
avancés
progress, least
ont
developed
besoin
countries
de la concurrence
need
de toutes les
to
forces
have the
qui
assistance
peuvent
of all
contribuer
those who can
comme partenaires
contribute as
à leur développement.
partners to their development.
Cela n'exclut personne, bien
This
sûr,
does not, of course,
mais c'est
exclude
une addition
anybody, but
considérable
it's a considerable
qui a été
addition
conduite, Monsieur le Président,
that, Mr. President,
par la Chine à bien des
was
égards,
headed up
mais nous
by
saluons
China in
également
many ways, but we would
autour
also
de
like
cette
to
table ronde
commend
les autres
here
grands
at
pays
this round
qui
table other
ont accompagné
large
comme
companies
partenaires
who
du Sud
assisted countries
d'autres
from
pays
the
du
South.
Sud.
And they were
Quand
from
bien
the
même
South
d'ailleurs,
too.
ce Sud se situe dans l'hémisphère
And
nord, comme certains de nos
interestingly, the
partenaires
South is also
fondamentaux
in the
de la
northern
coopération
hemisphere,
Sud-Sud.
As
Cette
fundamental partners
évolution,
of South cooperation.
Monsieur le Président,
This
donne tout son
development,
sens à
Mr.
la
President,
proclamation du 12
really
septembre
lends
comme
its
Journée
weight
des
to
Nations Unies
the
pour la
12th of
coopération
December,
Sud-Sud.
a statement for the international
Les organismes
journey for
compétents des
South-South
Nations
cooperation.
Unies et
The
les
appropriate
institutions
bodies of the
multilatérales
UN and
ont
international
grandement contribué
organizations
à
made a
intégrer
significant contribution
efficacement
to
la promotion de la
effectively
coopération
integrating
Sud-Sud dans
the
la
promotion
conception,
of South-South cooperation
l'élaboration,
in
l'exécution
the
des programmes
design and
d'appui au développement.
implementation of development support
Mais cette
programs.
émergence des
But
grandes
this
puissances du
emergence
Sud
of the great
a eu un
powers from
impact
the South
considérable
has
sur les
also
flux de
had a
commerce.
significant impact on trade
Pour la première
flows.
fois,
For the first
il y a
time,
7 ans,
7 years
le
ago,
total du commerce de l'Afrique
the
avec les
total
pays
amount
dits
of
émergents
African
et
trade
l'ensemble
with emerging
des
countries
pays en
and
développement
all
a
developing
dépassé
countries when
la place de numéro 1 de nos
became
partenaires traditionnels
more than that
commerciaux
of
de
our
l'Europe.
traditional
C'était un
partners
changement
from
fondamental.
Europe, and that was a fundamental
Aujourd'hui,
change.
la Chine est l'un des
Today,
les plus
China
actifs
is
parmi
one
les
of the
partenaires
most
de cette
active
coopération
partners in
Sud-Sud.
this South-South cooperation.
Le commerce des marchandises entre l'Afrique et la Chine
Trade
est devenu
between
premier
Africa and China
et atteint
is the
des niveaux
primary
considérables.
trade level and has
Le Bénin, comme beaucoup
now
des
reached
PMA,
significant levels.
a désormais
Benin,
la
like many
Chine comme premier
LDCs,
partenaire
has henceforth
des échanges
China
commerciaux.
as its main commercial
Ce
trade
rôle
partner.
majeur,
This
on le
major
retrouve,
role,
Monsieur le Président, dans
Mr.
la
President,
création
is
à la fois de
seen
la
in
banque dite des
the
BRICS, dont
creation of
le
the
siège est à
BRICS
Shanghai,
Bank,
et qui est
Development
évidemment
Bank, its head is in
un
headquarters
instrument de
in
la
Shanghai, and that is an
diversification des
instrument of
sources
the
de
diversification
financement
of
du
sources
développement
of
dont les
financing for
PMA
development
avaient besoin au
that
moment des
LDCs
défis
needed
d'une croissance
when
durable
they were
et de la
facing
réalisation
growing
des 17 objectifs de développement durable qui ont été
implementation
adoptés.
of the
C'est vraiment
SDGs,
une
the
nouvelle
17
vision de
SDGs
la
which have
gouvernance
been
mondiale
adopted.
que
So
nous
it's a new
retrouvons
vision
aussi
of
dans la Banque des
global governance that
infrastructures
we see
de
in
l'Asie.
the Asia Infrastructure Investment
Les
Bank
infrastructures
too.
sont en effet
Infrastructures,
encore pour les pays
indeed,
les moins
for
avancés
least developed countries
un goulot d'étranglement de la croissance.
Still bottlenecks in terms of growth.
Et on entend par infrastructure aussi bien les infrastructures de la logistique que les infrastructures de la connaissance pour lesquelles la Chine est, comme d'autres grands pays émergents, mais au premier rang, un partenaire essentiel, les infrastructures de la connaissance et les infrastructures sociales, qui sont des éléments fondamentaux dans les pays les moins avancés. Voilà pourquoi, Monsieur le Président, nous voulions exprimer toute la gratitude des pays les moins avancés pour ces partenaires si importants et au fond quand même profondément nouveaux qui nous accompagnent grâce à la coopération Sud-Sud dans une expérience de développement qui, heureusement, est devenue une expérience de forte croissance et où tous les partenaires financiers et techniques sont nécessaires. Nous souhaitons que les engagements les plus fermes accompagnent cette volonté de coopération Sud-Sud, si légitime, si importante, qui est au premier rang des accomplissements de la technologie, qui est une occasion de fierté à cet égard. Et en vous remerciant de votre attention, nous disons vive la coopération Sud-Sud. Ceci était le message du président Boni Yayi, Monsieur le Président.
Merci.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
代表最不发达国家的发言。近年来，最不发达国家在减贫、教育、卫生等领域都取得了很多的成绩。虽然眼前困难不少，但是未来的前景是广阔的。下面请沙特外交大臣朱贝尔先生发言。
Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prime Minister Jubeir, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس شي جين بينغ رئيس جمهورية الصين الشعبية الصديقة، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أقول لكم تحيات خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود حفظه الله، وتمنياته الخالصة بأن تتكلل مساعينا جميعا بالتوفيق والنجاح. كما يسعدني أن أتقدم بالشكر لفخامة الرئيس الصيني ولحكومة جمهورية الصين الشعبية الصديقة على الدعوة الكريمة لهذا الاجتماع الدولي المهم. السيد الرئيس، إن المتغيرات السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية تدعونا إلى التعاون الجاد في سبيل إيجاد مناخ مناسب لبناء علاقات سليمة ومتوازنة بين الدول أساسها احترام الشرعية الدولية على نحو يكفل العدل ويرسخ الثقة المتبادلة ويحقق الشراكة الحقيقية. إن اجتماعنا هذا يضمن دولا غنية بتنوعها العرقي والثقافي تمتلك موارد طبيعية وبشرية هائلة، إضافة إلى العديد من الكنوز الحضارية الثرية التي كانت رافدا مساهما في تشكيل الإرث الحضاري العالمي على مدى آلاف السنين. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية على أهمية الدور الأساسي للأمم المتحدة وخصوصا المجلس الاقتصادي والاجتماعي في دعم التعاون الدولي وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المتفق عليها دوليا. إن حكومة بلادي إيمانا منها بأهمية التعاون مع المجتمع الدولي وإدراكا منها لما تواجهه العديد من الدول النامية من مصاعب اقتصادية واجتماعية تولي أهمية كبرى لقضايا التنمية في الدول النامية. وفي هذا السياق ينبغي على المجتمع الدولي إدراك أن تحقيق أهداف التنمية الألفية لا بد وأن يكون مبنيا على الأهداف الخاصة بكل دولة وفقا لرؤيتها ومصالحها، وذلك بالتعاون مع المنظمات الدولية والشركاء أصحاب العلاقة. السيد الرئيس، تعد المملكة العربية السعودية واحدة من أكبر 10 دول مانحة للمساعدات الإنسانية في العالم، حيث أحالت العام الماضي المرتبة السادسة طبقا لإحصائيات الأمم المتحدة. ولقد وصل إجمالي ما قدمته المملكة خلال ال4 عقود الماضية لأكثر من 110 بليون دولار استفاد منها أكثر من 90 دولة في مختلف أرجاء العالم، وهذا يعكس اهتمام المملكة في دعم التنمية في العالم. many $10 million last year in these too many different countries. This reflects the importance that we attribute to assisting developing countries. We hope that this meeting will help us to bolster dialogue on cooperation and shore up our aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Jubeir, for your remarks. Saudi Arabia has provided a large amount of financial support for South-South cooperation. We deeply appreciate and are grateful for that. Now, I would like to give the floor to Managing Director, Madam Christine Lagarde from the IMF to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this summit. Allow me to make 3 points. First of all, the South-South cooperation is a good economic story. Second, it could even be better. Third, the IMF is very keen to contribute to this economic story. It is a good economic story, and it is, first of all, very much a China story. As Mr. Zensou just recently indicated, 25% of the trade from sub-Saharan Africa is actually absorbed by China. But it is not only a China story. It is more than that. Let us consider, for instance, the significant investment from countries like Brazil, countries like South Africa, that actually go into other emerging countries. The global value chains that bring together many emerging countries. The diffusion of mobile banking technology from Kenya to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and the ramification of Moroccan banking to other African countries. Second point, it could be an even better story. We have heard about regional integration, and this regional integration principle was already mentioned in the Havana conclusions back in 2000 as likely to boost growth in the South-South cooperation. Well, the structures are in the main in place, as was indicated by the President of Uganda. But there are still significant hurdles that need to be overcome in order to expand that growth from the regional integration. Third and final point, the IMF is very keen to participate in this South-South cooperation. First of all, we have overhauled our lending policies for low-income countries under program with the IMF so that they can benefit from the lending coming out of emerging lenders. Second, we are very keen as well to develop the relationship with the new regional financial institutions, including the newly formed development banks. Third, we are going to expand the peer-to-peer learnings between emerging countries, low-income countries, South-South, because there is a lot to be learned from each other in terms of development. Final point, Mr. President, as you have mentioned, it is critical that an institution like the IMF represents properly the development of the world and actually mirror the evolutions that have taken place. And I will not give up my effort to make sure that the IMF is properly, duly reformed and continues to reform itself in order to so mirror the international development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Managing Director Lagarde. The IMF has done a lot of work to stabilize the global financial market. We hope that the IMF, for the development of developing countries, will make greater contributions. Now, I would like to invite Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan, Mr. Idrisov, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, let me tell you that President Nazarbayev just landed in New York and sends his warmest regards to Mr. President, you personally, and all the distinguished participants of this very important roundtable. Allow me on his behalf to convey Kazakhstan's profound gratitude to the government of China and to President Xi Jinping for initiating and hosting today's very important roundtable on South-South cooperation. We also noted with great appreciation your announcement, Mr. President, of China's sizable contribution to the South-South Cooperation Fund and other important initiatives. This timely meeting today is convened when we witness dramatic shifts in the conduct of world affairs as economic power and political influence are gravitating towards the South and the East. Thus, today, partnership among developing nations is not a choice. It is one of the key tools to protect our common security interests and address the pressing development needs. China is a role model of successful national transformation across a vast range of issues, from hunger and health to education and infrastructure. A good example of this South-South cooperation and leadership of China is the Economic Belt of Silk Road initiative announced by President Xi Jinping in Kazakhstan 2 years ago, with the aim to strengthen trade links and removing barriers, speeding up goods delivery and developing appropriate logistical systems. Kazakhstan is committed to promote greater South-South cooperation both in Central Asia and far beyond. We stand ready to share with other developing nations the solutions that have successfully worked for us. Despite being the largest landlocked country in the world, Kazakhstan has amassed immense experience in achieving dynamic economic growth, resulting in remarkable structural transformations. We have implemented almost 100% of MDGs and moved from being a recipient of aid to becoming a beginner donor country. We take this new responsibility seriously. In the last several years, we have donated more than $100 million to developing countries. In 2014 alone, substantial humanitarian aid bilaterally and multilaterally was provided in Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean. Kazakhstan, like many countries, mobilized aid for the UN voluntary multi-partner fund and the African Union when the Ebola virus ravaged West Africa and killed thousands. My country supported a number of multilateral organizations by helping their member states to realize the MDGs. Later this year, Kazakhstan will support an institutional development project for Pacific Small Island developing states as well as Caribbean countries. We are also looking for the possibility to assist countries in special needs to reach their goals outlined in the main outcomes of international and UN conferences on renewable energy within the framework of Expo 2017, which we will host in our capital, Astana, that year. Multilateral cooperation responsibility means not just financial contribution, but also standing up for security and rule of law and combating chaos, as well as sharing expertise and knowledge. For example, Kazakhstan has made a significant contribution for Afghanistan's reconstruction by investing over $60 million in educating thousands of Afghans in Kazakhstan and building schools, hospitals, roads for civil society to function and flourish. Kazakhstan is implementing, together with UNDP, an innovative partnership program to assist governments, academic institutions, and businesses in Africa to improve training for young people in the areas of health, energy, and agriculture. Just last month, specialist doctors from a number of least developed countries of Africa were in Kazakhstan to learn new skills to help save lives across the continent. Finally, to promote South-South cooperation, Kazakhstan is committed to sharing best practices and technologies, funding pilot projects in far-flung areas, providing capital to scale up successful projects, and supplying regional public goods. Kazakhstan signs up under the goals and aspirations of the South-South cooperation and welcomes the leadership of China, the leadership China is taking in this vital area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idrisov, for your remarks. In recent years, Kazakhstan has had rapid economic development. It is believed that the experience of the Kazakhstan side will serve as a kind of inspiring for other developing countries. I would like to give the floor to Foreign Minister Madame Dunia of Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, distinguished heads of state and government, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by commending the government of China and the United Nations for this important initiative, which is very timely. I wish to convey President Yamin's regrets for not being able to be here today and his best wishes for a fruitful discussion. Maldives welcomes the announcement by President Xi to support development programs for improving livelihoods in developing countries. The Maldives, like many others in this room, is a middle-income country. We graduated out of LDC status in 2011, only the third country to do so. Needless to say, the perils and challenges of the challenges associated with the small but highly dispersed population and a narrow economic base and the inability to achieve economies of scale. Basic services and the necessary infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, harbors, and some level of administrative and security services needs to be provided in nearly 200 islands. This means that the cost of delivery of services is undoubtedly very high. Paradoxically, however, the development gains that had enabled us to graduate from LDC status are now in danger. Because we are not able to access the concessionary financing necessary to sustain the high focus on infrastructure and service delivery, we have had to borrow at unsustainable rates. And because of these higher rates, our debt burden, which was already high, faces additional stress. Excellencies, our challenge now is on sustaining the development gains we have made. The experience of the Maldives shows that South-South cooperation can play an effective role in helping the newly graduated middle-income countries to consolidate development gains. We are fortunate to have very strong bilateral relationships with economic powers in the South, most important amongst them, China and Saudi Arabia. They understand the challenges we face and the potentials we have. The infrastructure development programs carried out in the Maldives under Chinese and Saudi concessional financing stand as a shining example of South-South cooperation. Genuine and durable South-South partnerships will play a crucial role in advancing our core interests, in realizing the sustainable development to collaborate and cooperate on all matters of development. Innovation, creativity, and ingenuity exist amongst us and can be put to good use. Excellencies, our development trajectory is one that we are proud of, one that was achieved due to the foresight of our leaders, past and present, and the will of our people, but also with the support and cooperation of our partners. And we look forward to working with our friends, our partners, in the spirit of partnership, mutual trust, and respect to reach our desired goal, to become resilient, and to make all Maldivians proud. I thank you all.
Thank you, Foreign
Minister Dunia. The Chinese side attaches importance to the concerns of small island states and is ready to work together to achieve common development. Now, I would like to give the floor to Foreign Minister Mubengave of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by conveying President Robert Mugabe's apologies for not being able to be here as he had intended to be, and he has asked, or rather instructed me to deliver the following statement on his behalf. I wish to thank President Xi Jinping and the Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, for convening this important and timely high-level roundtable following our adoption of the post-2015 development agenda yesterday. Let me acknowledge China's leading role in promoting South-South cooperation, particularly in Africa. Your Excellencies, allow me to recall that South-South cooperation is unique to us as developing countries, It is founded on very sound principles which are buttressed by a very special characteristic, that of solidarity among us. Short of solidarity and partnership, South-South cooperation loses its uniqueness and special place in the relations among us. The solidarity is not forced, but instead is voluntary. Excellencies, in Zimbabwe, we know too well the value of solidarity, having been its beneficiaries during the struggle for our national independence, in which China was a very key player. Today, that solidarity and unity amongst us is even more necessary in our collective fight against poverty, hunger, inequality, and underdevelopment. Your Excellencies, there has been a tendency among us to confine South-South cooperation to programs of economic and technical cooperation. This constricted paradigm tended to inhibit us from fully exploiting the instrumentality of South-South cooperation. Recent economic transformations and developments that have taken place in many of our countries have resulted in opening opportunities for new and deeper cooperation among us. Beyond that, these developments have improved the viability and utility of South-South cooperation as an instrument for the delivery of programs by the UN system. We appeal to the entire UN system to have greater recourse to and make more extensive use of South-South cooperation in the execution and delivery of their respective programs. The benefits of using South-South cooperation are immense and include the spurring of innovation, improving capacity, and enhancing sustainability. Excellencies, Zimbabwe is deeply attached to South-South cooperation. We host the African region's non-aligned movement Technology Innovation Center, whose main objective is the transfer and sharing of technology for the beneficiation and value addition of natural resources. We invite all countries to work with and make use of this center. This way, we will give real life and meaning to South-South cooperation. For too long, South-South cooperation has been derided and sometimes even dismissed as mere rhetoric. We urgently need to put an end to such attitudes. The context of the implementation of the new development agenda is therefore timely and reinvigorating our solidarity through South-South cooperation. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Without Africa's development, there will be no world development. The Chinese side admires Africa's history of struggle and is full of confidence in the prospect of Africa's development. Now I would like to give the floor to UNFAO Director General Graciano.
Thank you, Mr. President Xi Jinping, distinguished heads of state and government, heads of agencies, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin welcoming China's commitment to South-South cooperation that is being reaffirmed and expanded here today. I am a firm believer in South-South cooperation and have made it a central pillar of FAO work. As already said, all developing countries have a wealth of knowledge to share, especially in the field of agriculture and rural development. Most times, countries involved in South-South cooperation have similar geographic, climate, cultural, and social conditions. This makes it easier to adapt and adopt already tested technologies. the role of the Food and Agriculture Organization is to facilitate this process through triangular cooperation. Thanks to partners such as China, Saudi Arabia, and others, we have been able to show that South-South cooperation makes a difference. In Nigeria, for example, Chinese experts assisted on improved rice production, irrigation, and aquaculture. This is transforming Nigerian agriculture, benefiting thousands of family farmers. This week, FAO in China and Uganda also announced the expansion of its South-South cooperation in agriculture and rural development. Today, the FAO China South-South Cooperation Program supports agriculture and rural development in 24 countries, most of them in Africa and Asia. The program involves investments of around $8 million and has fielded over 1,000 experts to countries in all the world. We are working together in such areas as irrigation, horticulture, livestock, crop production, agroforestry, agriculture mechanization, and agribusiness. This effort is helping increase food and nutrition security, improve the livelihoods of family farmers and small-scale producers. Now, it's time to take our efforts as a global community further. The Sustainable Development Goals challenge us to do more, to scale up our cooperation and to reach absolute goals. We are not speaking anymore of reduction, but eradicate hunger and extreme poverty. And China has been a good example to follow. South-South cooperation must be a central part of this effort, complementing traditional cooperation. A zero hunger and sustainable world is within our reach. FAO is committed to working with you to get there. Thank you, Mr. President.
感谢格拉齐亚诺总干事的发言。
Thank you, Director
粮食
General
安全呢， 对
for your
广大
remarks.
发展中国家
Food
来讲是至关
security
重
is of
要。
vital importance to
我们也
developing countries.
相信啊，粮能组织会继续
We are
发挥自
confident
身
that
的
the
优势，
FAO will continue to leverage
帮助
its
发展中
strength
国家
and
维
help
护粮食
developing
安全。
countries to maintain food security.
下面我们最后一位发言
Now, and
啊，请
our
这个
last
金
speaker,
砖国家新开发银行的
I'd like to
行
invite
长
President
卡马特先生发言。
Kamat of the NDB of BRICS to take the floor.
Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, Your Excellencies, it's a privilege to be here. We believe the NDB is amongst the first development lending institutions to be set up at the initiative of the South-South countries. We'd also like to believe the setting up of the NDB in a way is a coming of age of the countries of the South. Mr. President, you have today outlined in great detail a set of action items. The other excellencies here have also articulated their thoughts. I take note of this, and we stand committed in doing our part to help achieving these goals. While development assistance has enabled a large number of countries to move up the growth cycle, help towards eradicating poverty, and in fueling the aspirations of millions, there is a lot more to be done. The New Development Bank starts with an aspiration to further this momentum by listening to the voice of its member states. We'll learn from this dialogue here today. We will learn from the challenges faced by the other MDBs, and we would then strive to build an institution that reaches out to the needs of the members, incorporating all we have heard and learned. In doing so, we aim to build a development agenda framework which is responsive, does things at speed and to scale. In working on the development agenda for the future, several strategic issues arise. What best drives growth? How do we promise timely assistance? How do we balance risk? And how do we deepen and broaden our resource base? Should development banks operate on a low gearing ratio or a low leverage ratio so that we always aim at a AAA rating? Or say, do we double our leverage and by doing that substantially increase our resource base to meet the developmental aspirations of the South? Can we raise local currency to lend to the South, thus avoiding the exchange risk which the developing world carries and which effectively pushes up interest rates to double digits. Separately, how will we leverage the tectonic shifts that are taking place in technology? These shifts are dramatically changing the lives of individuals, small businesses, and indeed governments. And we need to understand and incorporate them in our own development agenda. These, we hope, will provide a new tomorrow for the countries of the South. Every journey starts with a single step, and we at the NDB have started taking our first steps to meet the aspirations of the countries of the South. Thank you, Mr. President.
感谢卡马特行长的发言。
Thank you, President.
金砖国家新开发银行已经投入运作，应该说前途还是远大的。希望金砖国家新开发银行为南南合作这个务实合作增添新的动力。各位同事啊。 现在与会的领导人都发了言。根据会议的安排呢，会后将发表共同主席新闻公报，向外界简要介绍会议情况。下面我们就有请联合国副秘书长兼最不发达国家、内陆发展中国家、小岛屿发展中国家高级代表阿查利亚先生介绍共同主席新闻公报的内容。
Thank you very much, His Excellency President Xi Jinping, the co-host of the high-level event, Their Excellencies, the heads of state, government and ministers, heads of UN and international institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor to be part of this very important event on South-South cooperation at the highest level, especially after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Visionary statements were delivered by Their Excellencies, the heads of state and government, ministers and heads of international organizations. Many important experiences, initiatives and practices were presented, all showing how South-South cooperation as complement to North-South cooperation could contribute to effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Without being exhaustive, I would like to highlight some of the thoughts and messages coming out of the meeting here today. First of all, the announcement by His Excellency the President of China on contribution to the South-South cooperation with new concrete and forward-looking initiatives and projects in 6 areas were highly appreciated by all. The long-standing history of South-South cooperation was highlighted by many leaders. There was a collective view that developing countries have explored development paths suited to respective national realities, and as such, they have all made remarkable achievements. The increasingly important role played by developing countries in international affairs has changed the global political and economic paradigms, promoted the transformation of global economic governance, and advanced the process of economic globalization. During the course of interventions, it was also noted that important progress has been made in the global effort to achieve the Millennium Development Goals, but implementation remains unbalanced, especially among the vulnerable countries. The international community should further intensify development cooperation, pool resources, establish stronger partnerships, and create a sound and favorable international environment for sustainable development in developing countries. The adoption of the historic and transformative 2030 Agenda was welcomed, which puts forward ambitious development goals for all countries and provides new opportunities for international development cooperation. Members of the international community were called upon to uphold the North-South cooperation as important channel for international development cooperation, and developed countries were encouraged to honor their ODA commitments. There was also reaffirmation of the South-South cooperation, which should continue to be guided by the principles, among others, of respect for national sovereignty, equality and mutual trust, win-win cooperation, solidarity and collaboration, helping developing countries to find a development path featuring equity, openness, comprehensiveness, and innovation. There is also a call for all countries to promote the exchange of development ideas and practices, deepen macroeconomic policy coordination, and make trade and investment work for people living in the developing countries. Countries highlighted the importance of building infrastructure through bilateral and regional corridor, sharing of the experiences of social protection measures, regional integration, and enhancing connectivity to benefit from regional and global value chains. The importance of promoting the green economy and environmental protection, creating quality flagship projects for South-South cooperation, including through initiative such as Silk Road Economic Belt and utilizing the Infrastructure Investment Bank, New Development Bank BRICS, together with other global and regional financing platforms, was also highlighted to contribute to promote sustainable development. The importance of continuing the efforts to promote the reform of global economic governance, strengthen the multilateral trading regime, foster an open global economy, and increase the voice and representation of developing countries, including the vulnerable countries, so as to realize a strong, lasting, balanced, and inclusive growth of the world economy was also stressed. The United Nations system was appreciated for its important role in promoting North-South cooperation and South-South cooperation. There was also a call for efforts by all funds, programs, and specialized agencies to give full play to their respective advantages, increase input, and provide greater support for South-South cooperation. There is also focus on policy coordination, strategic studies, knowledge sharing, technical support, and capacity building. It was also noted by several leaders that South-South cooperation has played an important complementary role in implementation of the global development frameworks for LDCs, CITs, and LLDCs. South-South cooperation was recognized as an important avenue for human and productive capacity building, technical assistance, and exchange of peer learning, best practices, particularly on issues related to poverty reduction, health, education, professional training, agriculture, environment, science and technology, and trade and investment. It was also recognized that while South-South cooperation has one complex challenges and is intended to complement, not substitute, North-South cooperation, it was stressed that it has the potential to contribute to realize development aspirations set in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. South-South cooperation could offer the most relevant and replicable solutions to the challenges faced by other developing countries. Stronger ties among countries from the South through South-South cooperation will also continue to have positive impact on trade and financial flows, technological capabilities, and economic growth in developing countries, therefore acting as one of the major vehicles in support of the realization of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. It was also stressed that similar meetings would be held at an appropriate time in future for the further discussion on South-South cooperation and promote the implementation of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Undersecretary General Acharya, for your introduction. Now I would like to make a brief summary remarks. Dear colleagues, our meeting today is centering on South-South cooperation. Everyone has fully expressed views, raised many proposals, and reached broad consensus. And all of this has charted the course for our future cooperation. We all recognize that developing countries play an increasingly important role in international affairs. The rise of the standing of developing countries have changed the global political and economic landscape, promoted global economic governance reform, and advanced the world multipolarization and economic globalization processes. We all agree that South-South cooperation is a useful complement to South-North cooperation. South-South cooperation has made positive contribution to promote the development of developing countries. It is an important instrument for developing countries to seek strength through unity. South-South cooperation upholds the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence and the basic norms governing international relations, and follows the principles such as mutual respect, equal treatment, win-win cooperation, solidarity, and cooperation. It has stood the repeated test of history and practice and deserves for us to continue to carry it forward and inherit it. We all recognize that strengthening South-South cooperation is both pressing and important. The post-2015 development agenda has set for the country's higher development objectives and raised higher requirements on development. South-South cooperation should take the opportunity of implementation of the post-2015 development agenda and promote the development of developing countries at a higher level with broader scopes and in wider fields. 南南合作达成广
We
泛
have
共识。
arrived at broad
我
consensus
们都
on
主
the
张要
advancement
加
of
强
South
发
South
展经验
cooperation.
交
We
流，
all support
探索符
for
合
the
本国
strengthening
国情
of
的发展道路
experience。sharing over development and
我们都
exploration
赞
of
同加
development
强
paths
宏
suited to
观
the
经
national
济政策
conditions of
协
the
调，
countries. We all
形成
agree
发
and
展合力
support。the enhancement of macroeconomic policy or coordination
我
to
们都
form
同意打
development
造南
synergies.
南
We
合
all
作
agree to
旗舰项目
develop
和
South
精
South
品项目，
cooperation flagship projects
激发
and
合作
landmark
潜力，
projects to spur
展示
the
合
cooperation
作活力。
potential and demonstrate the vitality of cooperation.
我们都支
We
持
all
推动
support
全球
the
经济治理
advancement
改
of the
革，
global economic governance
巩固
reform
多边贸
in
易
order
体
to
制，
solidify the multilateral
同时扩大
trading
同发达
regime
国家沟通
and
交
at the
流，
same time expanding the communication and
建
exchange
设
with
全
developed
球发展
countries
伙伴关
in
系，
building a global partnership
构
on
建
development and
利益
build
共同
a
体。
community of common interests.
刚才阿查
Just
里
now,
亚副秘书长
Undersecretary
介绍
General
了共同
Acharya
主席新
gave
闻
an
公报的
introduction
主要
on
内
the
容。
main and key elements
我
of
认
the
为
co-chair's
公
press
报反
statement.
映了本
In
次
my
会
view,
议
the
达
statement
成的共
has
识，
reflected the
将
consensus
向外
reached
界
at
发
this
出
meeting and will
深
send
化南
to
南
the
合作
outside
的
a
积极
positive
信息，
message for the
展
deepening
示
of
我
South
们
South
落实
cooperation
2015
and
年
demonstrate
后发
our
展议程的
resolve and
决心
willingness to implement the
和意愿。
post-2015 development agenda.
我宣布，
Now,
圆
I'd
桌
like
会
to
后
declare that after
将
this
发表
roundtable,
共同主
a
席
co-chair's
新闻
press
公报。
statement will be released.
最后，再次感谢
Lastly,
大家
I'd
的
like to once again
参
thank
与
all of you for your
和发言。
participation and for your remarks.
会议
I now
到此结束，
declare this
谢谢
roundtable。closed. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
拉加德过来。
好好。
刘贺主任的建议，您在 SDR 问题上对中国经济支持。
非常感谢。我向您传达2个信息。
给我吧，华东，给我。好。
别的没有了。
嗯，好的。
如果任何情况下我们觉得有一些政治问题需要沟通，那我们会通过朱明先生和朱明先生。但是我本人还是很乐观的。Thank you very much for your personal efforts to promote our financial reform and global financial cooperation. Remarks about the Chinese economy sending out a message of prosperity globally.
We are very
我们也非常愿意帮助中国。
President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
today reaffirms the need for the strongest possible agreement as a result of